Thunder Cool, how you doing, brother? Oh yeah. I mean, what else can we do? You know, we have to be ready. We have to be ready to go. And you never know what the day is going to deliver. You just have to accept. It might be wild. It might not be. Maybe today is a chill day. Will you watch the Asan video? Yeah, sure. We can watch the Asan video. What's the video about?
People they don't like, and in this case,
this one. Yeah, we can watch it. Michael, how you doing, brother? Welcome back. Welcome back. Texas Bull, think you should do an update on it from Hasan at least. Wait, but isn't that old news? Thunder Cool. I feel like that's 7 days ago, bro. We're not doing 7 days ago videos. Come on, man. Give me up-to-date news. We've already covered that. We went through the bull itself. I watched the video on the bull as well offline. So I kind of know what it's all about. But since I don't cover anime and lolly, there's no point in me doing that. I missed an hour yesterday. Now I saw this coming online. Michael, welcome from the beginning. Well, you missed an hour, but we also went for 8 hours. So you should see some hypocrisy for this video. But the video is 7 days old. We know Hasan is a hypocrite. It depends on, like, if there's new stuff that's come out, I'd happily watch it. Any new videos is fine. But and what's going on? Everyone's picking up steam now again. Grums is saying I may have been holding back. Gird your loins. Game Informer is back. Like, dude, the wokeness just keeps coming. Like, we finally beat them into bankruptcy, and now they're back. It's like, holy shit, who's funding this crap? Hopefully their return will be short-lived, like pretty much every other mainstream truth-sayer that tried to come back into the scene and then realized, oh, actually no one gives a crap what we have to say about anything. Hasan vs. Elon, who wins in Elden Ring? Dude, have you ever seen Hasan play Elden Ring? Because I haven't. In fact, I would go so far as, has anyone ever seen Hasan play any video games? Because I haven't. I don't ever see him play video games. I've seen him have video games on the screen while he's just sort of talking crap about politics. But I don't think I've ever seen him actually play video games. See, the thing is, it's like, what? I haven't even watched this video.
Big news to share today. Game Informer is back, and so is 100% of the team that was bringing you Game Informer when we shut down this past summer.
That means production, design, video, editorial, everybody.
Everything you loved about Game Informer before is coming back, but we're rethinking it and evolving it to be.
They shut down last year because it was shit. And now they're running it back with the exact same team? Well, that's not a good idea.
Bigger and better.
Game Informer has been around since 1991, and yes, we were blipped out of existence for a couple months here.
Buddy, how you doing, bro?
We're back, and I'm really excited to pick up where we left off and ramp things up to be even better.
Of course, we were
Jellybrick, how you doing?
devastated when Game Informer shut down this past summer because we loved working together as a team. But the thing that came as a shock was the outpouring of support and enthusiasm that came from you as readers and from people around the industry for what Game Informer had meant to them.
Really? That shock? What are you talking about? Who we made videos, sure, but we
How do you do, fellow
celebrated it.
kids?
How you doing, Kate of Night? We celebrated you guys leaving. What is going on here? Oh, Games. I don't understand. Why is Game Informer back? Who asked for this? Oh, man. Muddy, how you doing, bro?
I personally received messages from people who talked about growing up reading Game Informer and being excited.
Okay, so Sam Lake, don't know who that is. Tim Sweeney, no one gives a shit what the boss of Epic has to say. It's sort of, he has to say something. Metacritic, what do you mean you personally received DMs? Like, half of these are from companies within the gaming space. Hey, is that all the DMs you had? So no actual fans sent DMs at all?
Excited about getting that magazine in their mailbox every month and what that meant for them. And we felt that that meant something and that it was something that was worth trying to fight for and preserve. So that's what we did.
If you unfollowed us on all our platforms like YouTube or Blue Sky or Instagram, I don't blame you. We disappeared. But we have the keys back to all those accounts. They're active again. So, go hit those follow buttons.
All of that is coming back, including an all-new approach to Game Informer magazine, both in print and digital forms.
The short version is that Gunzilla Games purchased Game Informer. Game Informer now operates under an independent entity called Game Informer Inc.
Editorial independence has been foundational for Game Informer ever since it was started back in the 90s, and it will continue to be a sacred element of our operation going forward.
All of Game Informer's editorial content is 100% selected by our editorial team without any outside influence, including from the new owners.
So here's why they're lying about this. Here is why it's 100% false what he's saying. All content that is shown by anyone really is determined by advertisers. Whoever is paying the checks, they're the ones determining what is shown and what isn't shown. If you're not writing your own checks, if you're not making your own money, then you are beholden to whoever signs the check at the end of the day. The reason normal YouTubers like myself don't have this problem is I don't have the ability to decide who advertises on my videos and who doesn't. I can take sponsorships, sure, and that's why you should be very careful of any YouTube account that has run sponsorships in the past for big media companies, because they're almost definitely bought and paid for. Not because they made deals, but because if I'm taking sponsorships and I'm trying to get sponsorships in the future, there are some things that you just cannot say. You cannot attack a game for being bad because you'll never again get a key from that company. So, sort of keep track. But for the normal ads, the ones that just normally run on my channel, I have no control over that. That's a YouTube thing. YouTube decides where ads are shown and what type of ads are shown on my channel. I don't have to answer to anyone because I have no control or direct contact with anyone that advertises. That's not the case for games media. Game Informer wants to make money. How will Game Informer make their money? By advertising. What kind of adverts would that be? Well, it's a game company. It's a game media outlet. It's going to be gaming companies advertising on the site. This means that any sort of review that you do, you need to keep in mind that you have advertisers that may not want to advertise on your site once you write negative reviews. So they're going to join all of the other guys. Have you ever wondered why IGN has never given a score below a 7? Do you wonder why all of them rate all of these games 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, 7 being the lowest? It's because of this. They physically cannot give you a proper review of a video game. It is physically impossible for them to do, especially from large companies, because one bad review will mean the end of the partnership, and it might actually cause other companies to stop advertising with you because they're no longer sure that their ads are going to show up next to positive content. So you're incentivized to make very biased content just to keep the ball rolling because you have people working for you. People need to be paid, right? Sponsorship from companies, into another topic, generally feels safer. A game channel with sponsorships from a company selling shaving gear feels safer. Yeah, like I wouldn't mind taking sponsorships from shaving companies, or there I still have rules, right, when it comes to sponsorships. Like I need to be able to use the product. So if someone just came to me and said, hey, we want to sponsor you, I will say, well, send me the product, let me use it for a couple of months, and if I like it, I'll do the sponsorship. But I'm not just going to take a sponsorship for something that I don't use. Even stuff like the Energy Fuel stuff, the G Fuel stuff. I'll never take that sponsorship because I don't consume energy drinks. As a general rule, I don't do because I don't like them. But also, I think they're super unhealthy and super unnecessary for gamers. Gamers don't need energy or like energy drinks. Those are things that sportsmen need. A fat fuck like me don't need more energy, right? So I won't be taking those sponsorships. But I do agree with you. Sponsorships outside of the medium that you cover, probably the best way to go. Because Manscaped isn't going to care about me making a scathing review of a video game. Because why would they give a shit, right? They're just there to sponsor my videos so that people shave and gamers shave, regardless of whether or not the next Call of Duty is bad. GT Gaming, how you doing, bro? The guy with the gay shirt looks like he's high as F. Yeah, you're vaping, so that could be something to sponsor. Michael, so I don't think I would take vaping sponsors because, again, I'm vaping because I like it, but it's not... I don't know if it's super healthy. So this would be, once again, one of those things where I'll be taking a sponsorship, pushing this onto other people, not knowing the health problems. I'm happy to take the health problems for myself, right? If this negatively affects my health, it's for me. That's fine. Taking sponsorships feels like now I'm responsible for other people's health because I'm telling them to use this stuff. So I wouldn't take those sponsorships, but I think the principle is fine. I just load so hard. What's good, Akko? GT, I am doing very well, thank you. I'm just laughing at the return of Game Informer and super happy because I'll be able to cover also their exit from the gaming industry in due time. So, you know, good fun all around.
In fact, that editorial integrity is something the new owners insisted upon as strongly as we did. Our team today considers ourselves stewards of this legacy of Game Informer that has been built up over 30 plus years. I myself have had the good fortune to work with dozens of talented individuals who've come through over the 20 years.
Why is it that there's not an ounce of testosterone in this entire video? Are you telling me that seriously there's a bunch of dudes here and not one of these dudes have a surplus of testosterone?
Years I've been with the company and see the way that they have shaped and defined what Game Informer is all about.
Stay tuned in the coming months for more information about the relaunch of our physical magazine. But in the meantime, you can go to GameInformer.com right now and catch up on a ton of reviews of games that came out while we were shut down.
It's belated, but you can find our 2024 Game of the Year awards on GameInformer.com right now. We didn't want this little gap in Game Informer history to mean that we didn't celebrate the year of 2024, and we also just really missed arguing with each other.
We can't wait to bring Game Informer magazine back into your hands, hopefully bigger and better than it was before, and continue delivering some of the best coverage of games, the people who make games, and the people who play games from all around the world.
What is their Game of the Year? I'm not creating an account. Leave me alone. Here we go. Top 10 awards. Let's see. So Helldivers is number 10, really? For 2024, Helldivers is number 10? That's a bold choice, sir. That is a bold choice. Marvel Rivals number 9. Again. Okay. I've literally never heard of this game. Or is this just based competitive? Oh, that's how it works. Never mind. It's not 1 to 10. It's Helldivers 1 base cooperative. This is a weird format. Why would you have the format like this? This is a terrible format. So you have... Because the normal way of reading this is you're reading 10 is the worst and then 1 is the best. Right? That's the normal way. You're reading it as this. These are the contenders. But then right at the bottom here, they have base cooperative. Very strange format to choose. But all right, so base cooperative, Helldivers 1, right? Base competitive, Marvel Rivals 1. Base puzzle, whatever. Based music, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Based narrative, the what? What is this game? Okay. Animal Well, never heard of that before. Prince of Persia Lost Crown, sure. Made for ReFantasio, haven't played that, but I heard it's really, really good. Balatro got number 2 for Best Indie, and Astrobot got Game of the Year Best Sony Exclusive Best Platformer. So, okay, I think I understand now. Yes, they have done subcategories, it's like Best Narrative and whatnot, but then this is also their list for the best games of the year. So they're saying Helldivers 2 is the 10th best game of the year, but it is the best cooperative game. And this means that all of this other bullshit, like 1000X Resist, is on number 6. How, like, dude, Game Informer, this is not a strong start to your return, sir. Not a strong start at all.
More robust membership and subscription offers are on the way in the coming weeks, but if you'd like to support Game Informer right now, you can sign up for early benefits today.
Thank you so much for watching this video and for your continued support of Game Informer. We are so glad to be back.
Yeah, we're glad you're back too, bro. Like, another biased voice in the gaming industry. What can go wrong? About what? Across the 12-hour runtime, explores themes of generational trauma, immigration authority. Oh, of course. Of course. Why wouldn't 1000X Resist win? Oh, man. Johnzilla, how you doing, bro? It explores generational trauma, immigration, authoritarian governments, grief, and about a dozen other with deftness and nuance nearly unheard of in modern gaming. So, in other words, this is the wokest game we could find. Kimmy, how you doing? We couldn't find a woker game than this, and so we decided to just go with this one. Man, I hate the mainstream media. My hatred for the mainstream media cannot be overstated. Oh, did you guys see this? If I may say so, if this is your child, beat the shit out of them. Literally, beat your child senseless. And then teach them how to be normal, because this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that we're living in an era where this shit is happening, bro, America is so cooked, man. Like, really, the right will take America within seconds, because this is your opposition, man. This is your opposition. These are the people fighting you. People like this, there is no future. This is not a joke, Kimmy. This is literally some dudes and some girls have this sort of degenerate fantasy. You know about the furry convention and all the degeneracy that came with it? Yeah, Rakan, I'm aware. I'm aware of it. It's just, man. The thing is, there's value in the concept, spare the rod, spoil the child. I don't think it is a coincidence that we're living with people like this. And about 25 years ago, every government in the world started to make it illegal for you to discipline your child. And now we have this. I tell you this, if this was me and my father saw this, I'd be dead. I don't care how old I am. I can be 30 years old. My dad would literally beat the crap out of me for doing this. There would be no mercy from my father. until I learn to man up and not do this crap. It is, I wonder what twist started that in their heads. It's a spiritual war. It really is. Confused children and chemical imbalances everywhere you look. This bandit, how you doing? To Pyro the other day, and he called you a right-wing grifter and irrelevant. Oh, yeah, but of course, Pyro is super left-wing, bro. Like, Pyro's arch was, when I met him the first time, he was actually a centrist, almost libertarian. That's what he told me, right? And then with Trump's first presidency, Pyro went super left-wing. During his Final Fantasy arc, he sort of went super into the whole femboy arc and, the sort of sexual degeneracy stuff. And he's just been going on that. So when it comes to Pyro, I don't really care much about what someone like that has to say to me, because he went where it was safe, He read his audience correctly, knew the audience wanted it left, and he went left. He followed the audience where it needs to go. Don't you have a co-stream with him a while ago? Yeah, I mean, I didn't mind working with him when I was doing WoW stuff, because it was only WoW stuff. We didn't discuss real life. But when it comes to Pyro, I don't care what someone like Pyro has to say about me, right? So I genuinely couldn't care. His opinion of me is irrelevant because I don't view him as worthy of having an opinion. A lot of people found the left-wing tweak out Spiral with the first Trump win. Yeah, I think a lot of it was just down to people without principles will fall for everything, right? If you don't have a principled approach to life, you will just fall for everything. But Josh, how you doing, sir? I mean, I let my kid wear his Spider-Man suit out as a child a handful of times. He doesn't think he's Spider-Man. Kimmy, that's because you have a good child that you disciplined, right? You didn't let your child do whatever the hell he wanted. And whenever your child made any sort of claim, you went, oh, yeah, you live your life, right? Here, our parents need to accept their children for what they choose to identify themselves as. Now it's ridiculous. Yeah, so many people expose their true self. I don't think it's exposing your true self. I don't think that's what happened. It's... You see, there's a subtle push and pull that happens, and most people are hyper susceptible to it. I feel like oftentimes the only people that are able to stand on principle, no matter what, are people who are by nature pretty contrarian. So I have always been super contrarian. Whatever the mainstream thinks, whatever the majority opinion is, if I don't agree with that opinion, if I find that opinion just does not hold up for me, I'm more than happy to go the other way. And I actually pride myself in not following what the masses have to say. So I'm naturally more contrarian, so I don't really give a crap. But for most people that really want to fit in, that really want to sort of experience acceptance from the crowd, they'll go where the crowd takes them. And if you're a content creator, especially in the WoW space, even the Final Fantasy XIV space, these are crowds that are automatically super left-wing. I spent most of my adult life in the WoW in the WoW community, creating content for the WoW community. Trust me when I tell you, it is as far left as you can go. The amount of communists and socialists in the WoW space is overwhelming. Even in the developer space, right? So developers in WoW is just as overwhelming. So when you're a content creator in that space, you're automatically required to censor your own views, censor your own opinions, and hold either completely neutral opinions, so you don't really get involved in too much politics too often. This is something that Balila follows, right? So Balila doesn't really get involved in politics at all. But you can even see in some of the coverage that Balila does, even when it is pertinent to the conversation, Balila won't dive into the political angle. Because he understands, I need to pay people, I need to get paid. I'm not going anywhere near that because I'll lose both my channels if I do. You have to be, I think, super brave or stupid. One of the two. It's either bravery or stupidity. With me, I'm pretty sure it's stupidity. To just go, well, I don't care. I'm just going to say what I believe. And hopefully I have people who listen. If I don't have people who listen, I'll go do another job, right? I'll go, I don't know, mop floors at some supermarket or something if this doesn't work out. But I'd rather just say what I think, say what I feel, and let that be the end of it, right? So I genuinely don't really care. Thoughts around them rather than use critical thinking. Perjaw's very, very true. Medical profession in America adopted affirmation treatment, which is not always in the best interest of someone with mental illness. Super true. Have you been keeping up with some 40k lore lately or read books lately? Not so much. I'm busy with so much else that I've not really been able to get back into the 40k stuff, but I will probably in time get back into that. I bet that's in a bunch of creators' worries. How do you float that line? Kimmy, so in my opinion, for the short term, you can float the line. For the short term, you can walk the line and you can sort of try and play both sides and try and not be too much on one side or the other. But I think for genuine fulfillment, and now I'm not talking about success, right? So I'm not talking about the amount of viewers you're going to get or TMB, thank you for the 488, dude. Really appreciate you. I'll read your comment in a second. I'm not talking about success, right? So I don't know if I'll ever have hundreds of viewers or anything like that, or even tens of thousands of views on videos. I don't care about that. I think when you're talking about success in terms of everything that encapsulates, so being fulfilled with the work that you do, knowing that the work that you do makes a difference in people's lives. This is one of the reasons I walked away from World of Warcraft. I no longer felt like I was making any difference to the world around me. I was providing what I consider to be empty content. It's content that doesn't add anything to the conversation, doesn't add anything real of value to anyone's life. And then when you partner that up with the fact that I'm literally promoting a game that I fundamentally, principally disagree with, it was an easy choice for me to walk away from it. But I feel like if you want to be successful in everything that success encapsulates, not just money, you have to say what you believe. And if that loses you followers, so be it. So be it. Then they leave, right? And I don't care. Good luck to you. Go off and do your thing. I'll say what I believe. And you either stay, even if you disagree, because you enjoy the conversation, or you leave. It's as simple as that. But as long as I can end every stream and know that I did not, in any way, shape, or form, compromise my values. I stuck to what I believe. I said what I believe, and that was the end of it. I go to sleep well. I sleep like a baby as a result of it. Not provocation? Yeah, pretty much, TMB. I fell for ideology because I value diplomacy and community. If you want a video series, propagation, I'll check that out, TMB. Tamago, how you doing, sir? Kimmy, that's the other thing, right? If I'm just saying what I believe, I don't have to keep track of all the shit that I'm saying and make sure that I'm always saying the right thing. I can just say what I believe because I'm pretty sure what I believe I'm going to believe next week and the week after. You know, so it makes it much easier. I don't have to keep track of all the lies. And the trash sort of takes itself out. And by that, I don't mean that the people that don't enjoy me or don't agree with me is trash. I mean, from my perspective, right? As a content creator, you want people who agree with you. You want people who find value in the content that you make. If you're going to have someone watch you that genuinely hates your guts and don't want to watch you, but they're watching you because you happen to say the right stuff. And what I'm talking about here is if someone's going to watch me, but I know if they knew my true views, they would hate me. That to me is a trash. It's a piece of trash. Not that the person is a piece of trash, but I have people in my community that if I were honest about who I was, they would not want to be a part of my community. Whereas being who I am and saying what I want, the trash takes itself out because they leave very quickly. I think yesterday's stream, I lost something like 10 subscribers in the stream, which I expected, quite frankly. I was actually surprised it was just 10. I genuinely thought it was going to be way more than 10. But when I logged on this morning, I was like, oh shit, I have 10 fewer subscribers. What do you know? And then I looked at the stream and I was like, oh yeah, the stream lost 10 subscribers. Congratulations. And I was surprised because I thought, wait, it should be way more. I expected something like maybe 50 subscribers to leave because yesterday was a pretty fiery stream. I zoned out yesterday. Do you know what the next game you're going to stream is? Thundercool? I don't know. I don't know yet. I have not decided yet. Right now, what I'm playing is Frostpunk 2. But we might stream some Kazan. I don't know if I'm not going to like that game even. But it's a game that's coming out soon, so maybe I'll give that a go. I don't know. I've not decided yet, to be fair. I should probably get chat up so you guys can actually see what everyone's saying. Atomfall. I remember we reacted to the cinematic for it. Cashmax, how you doing? Luke C, how you doing, sir? Caleb, yeah, that's good. That's good. The post-workout pain is always super fun. No, I will not be playing Yasuke Simulator because I know for a fact that it's not going to be good. It's just a joke game, and that's fine, you know. But I don't want to play that. You guys know me. I like games that I enjoy. I'm not playing games just because they happen to clown on games that I hate. I'm looking forward to this though. Yeah, I think I can safely say we are playing Dune Awakening. Yeah, we'll definitely be playing Dune Awakening. These guys have sent me keys for this game. Airborne Empire. I've not yet played it or even claimed the keys. Apparently it's a city builder that's pretty good because your city fights and stuff. So I've not seen, but I don't know enough about it. What's the game you mentioned? Atomfall, right? Isn't that on Xbox Game Pass? See, this is the game that I'm currently thinking might be good. Let's see, Atomfall. See, my only issue with Atomfall is I don't think it's the kind of game that I would like playing. It's a looter shooter, isn't it? I mean, it looks gorgeous. When did it come out? It's coming out on the 27th. But it's coming out tomorrow? Dude. A nuclear disaster has left an area of Britain in tatters. Atomfall, a new survival action game, will see you explore, scavenge, craft, barter, and fight your way through beautifully recreated scenery in search of answers. Oh. Wait, it's a story game? You're playing a Muslim. Why? That's funny as shit. I mean, it looks like a nice game, though. I guess the question we have to ask ourselves then, boys, is... do we play Atomfall? Or do we play Kazan? We tried Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. Grigorov, I have no idea what game you're even referring to here. Like double length stream and play both. We did a double length stream yesterday, 8 hours. Zan, let's go berserk. The question is, what game will I enjoy most? Will I enjoy Atomfall more, or will I enjoy Kazan more? That's the big question. Yeah, I will obviously enjoy a city builder more. But considering the fact that there's no big city builders coming out now, who knows? There's a demo on Steam for Kazan. Enjoy more the one which gives you more trouble playing. Both of these will probably give me trouble playing because this game looks like it's scary, and I hate scary games. I don't like being tense. I don't like being stressed. I like relaxing games. So this game will probably be more enjoyable for you because I bloody loathe scary games. But the fact, like, this just bored me a little. I'm not going to lie to you guys. This bored me a little. A nuclear disaster left an area of Britain in tatters. Atomfall, a new survival action game, will see you explore, scavenge, craft, band, barter, and fight your way through beautifully recreated scenery in search of answers. That last bit, in search of answers, had me like, let's go, bro. I'm looking for answers as to what happened. I'm here for this. Hey, let's go. There's some kind of investigation happening. I'm ready. I'm happy to do investigations. Have you played Yasuke Simulator? I have not, no. If you're into Souls-likes, then because I've heard from some people that say it's not a Souls-like game. Do you like more story FPS? Or I've never played Neo, and now I don't know how to pronounce that. Never played that. My most beloved city builder of all time. Ooh, that's a difficult question to ask. Or answer, rather. Probably easy to ask. Very difficult to answer. I think my most beloved... So, when I say city builders, I'm also including Colony Sims and all the rest of them. Basically, anything I'm allowed to build stuff and optimize logistics, right? I love logistic games. I would say probably at the moment... The one that I had the most fun playing and basically finished like 4 times already would be Ixion. I loved Ixion. So fun. It's not really a city builder. It's more like a base builder. You're building a spaceship, but it's kind of a city builder in that way. So I loved Ixion. Loved Mana Lords. Mana Lords was really fun as well. I'm waiting for the next updates to launch for Mana Lords so I can play more of that. Frostpunk 1, I think, would probably be the game that had me hooked the most. I remember playing Frostpunk 1 the very first day that it came out, and eventually I realized, man, my back is tight. Like I'm feeling uncomfortable, and then I realized I've already been playing for 15 hours. Straight, not getting up at all, not moving, just sitting there going through this. It was insane. So probably that would be the game that gripped me the most was Frostpunk 1. As for other city builders, I obviously played all the Age of Empires ones. I'd say probably the game that had me... Probably the game that I missed the most would be Beyond... oh no, what's it called again? Is it Black and White 2? I think it's Black and White. Is it Black and White? Or Dark and Light? No, Black and White, I think, too. The one where you're like with a demon hand and you can pick your people up and slap your people and shit. That game was super fun. Like, that game was insanely fun. Oh, I can't. Dungeon Keeper. Did you guys ever play Dungeon Keeper? Oh, Dungeon Keeper was so good as well. I have played Oxygen Not Included. Yep. Oxygen Not Included is another one of my like favorites. But for me, it's very difficult. When you ask me, like, what is your favorite game? That's not really a question that I can answer. Because I don't have favorite games. I'm not one of those people that have put thousands of hours into a single game. In fact, when you go across all of my games, you'll find that most of them hover around 100 hours to as low as 30 hours. Because I'm like proper, I think, I can't keep up with one game for too long because I get bored. And then I need something new. So games for me is very much at the moment, how do I feel? At the moment, what do I want to play? I want to play this. So now it's my favorite. But then next week, I'll have a different sort of mindset, and I'll be like, no, now I want this game instead. So I'm like, what's the word? There's a word for it. Attention deficit disorder. I'm like ADHD when it comes to video games, dude. I play so many games, and I very rarely play the same game for more than a few days. Like a game has to be mega good for me to sink multiple days into it. Wildgate. I've heard of it. Someone said it looks very similar to WildStar. Definitely gives WildStar vibes. But it's PvP. The graphics definitely remind me of WildStar. Let's watch the cinematic. Do they have a cinematic here? Let's do deep trailer. Are we gonna play this or? Oh, there we go. I just realized you guys can't hear crap. Oh, me and this thing again, because it doesn't have... they've removed the one button that takes you to your settings immediately. There we go. Steam. Default. Where do I want this to play out of? Let's do browser. But you guys aren't hearing anything. Why? What the hell is going on? Hello? Do I have to change this one as well? Because it's the web helper?
Grab on the artifact.
There we go.
Nobody's ever seen. But first, let's back up. How'd they even make it this far? When you're in the Reach, you're after one thing. The artifact. The most valuable object in the known universe. And if you're brave or stupid enough to go after it, you won't be alone. Be the first crew to find it, snatch it, and pass through the Wild Gate, or be the last crew left standing.
Okay.
It all starts with your ship. Whether you're mining asteroids, scanning for loot, or battling borders, the right ship isn't just a choice. It's your edge in the fight to stay alive. You could go big with the Bastion, packed full of gadgets and guns, but they'll see you coming a light year away. Or go small with a Hunter. Just don't get caught, 'cause those shields will not last. Remember, your ship is your lifeline. You lose your ride, it's mission over.
I hate the fact that it's PvP. Is that wrong? Is it wrong that I don't like the fact that it's PvP?
Your crew, on the other hand, can handle whatever the Reach throws at them. Armed with the right weapons, tools, and special skills. It's all hands on deck. That's one thing the Gamma Gang understood. It's not about sticking to one job. It's about supporting your crew. Mining for resources, keeping the engines running, putting out fires. Every crew member counts. Because when things start to heat up, it's either you or them. The Reach is a living, breathing death trap. Cosmic storms, Reach leeches, lava asteroids, and space mines. To get a handle on what's out there, you're gonna need to scout ahead. Probes are your best bet to map the area. Locate hazards, supplies, and hidden treasures. It's also how the Gamma Gang stayed one step ahead of the other crews. Fuel and ice. Without them, the job gets a lot tougher. If your reactor overheats, you'd better have ice on hand to cool it down. And fuel gives your ship the extra boost it needs for a quick getaway. Running out won't leave you stranded, but trust me, without it, you're as good as Reach dust. You want to pull this off?
I wonder. So here's my thinking. Dreamhaven is obviously owned by Mike Morhaime. Do you guys know who that is? It's the former owner and creator of Blizzard Entertainment. And everything here feels like their first game, Stormgate, I believe it's called. And now this game, it feels like they're hunting for the next Warcraft. What I mean by that is, Warcraft spawned $1 billion IP, multi-billion dollar IP. And every single time they bring out games, it feels like they're hunting for that next big game. You know, whatever they do, whatever they're trying to do, they're hoping that they can get that next big game so that they can actually sort of propel themselves back into the AAA space. I just don't know. For me, the PvP side of things is what's going to make this game very niche. It looks good. The graphics is interesting. It's an interesting choice. Highly stylized. Mike Morhaime likes highly stylized games. I know Frost Giant makes it, but Dreamhaven was the first to announce Stormgate. Because if you remember, Dreamhaven was announced by Mike Morhaime. Then they said more games will come. And then they announced Frost Giant, which is a studio that was spun off by ex-Blizzard developers that started making it. And if I'm not mistaken, Dreamhaven is the publisher for Frost Giant, but might be that Frost Giant, one of the studios that Dreamhaven originally announced, ended up going with a different publisher. And it could be Stormgate, Frost Giant, or it could be another one. But I remember Dreamhaven announced like 2 or 3 games that they were going to be publishing, because Dreamhaven isn't a direct creator, they're a publisher, unless they're starting to get into the creator space as well. But one of the games that they announced ended up going with a different publisher at the end. So either them and Dreamhaven had massive disagreements about how the game should be made, or Dreamhaven just didn't have the money that they wanted to have. But Dreamhaven, Frost Giant, and a couple of other studios were all part of like this same announcement, because Mike Morhaime did an interview about this where he spoke about a new decentralized approach that they wanted to take. So instead of having everything in-house, like Blizzard had with StarCraft and Warcraft and Diablo and Overwatch and all the rest of it, they wanted to have one publisher, but many small studios that create games. So there's no single sort of point of failure. You would need a lot of failures across all of the companies in order to really sort of buy out or sink the studios. So that was the new approach. I just can't remember if Frost Giant was the one that ended up going with a different publisher.
You'll need the best loot you can find. All over the Reach are lost caches of cutting-edge ship upgrades, powerful weapons, and gear that gives you the upper hand. But do not get cocky. The better the goods, the tougher they'll be to grab. This place is teeming with vicious little surprises. Grab what you can and make it quick, because those other prospectors could crash the party at any moment. Which reminds me, watch your back. Because those rival squads will try to board your ship. Keep your guns loaded, your multi-tools ready to repair. They'll do everything they can to try to sabotage you. Don't let them.
I'm seeing the lighting. The reason I'm not ready to call it bisexual lighting yet is it is set in space. You look at the sort of graphic style that they went for, the art direction. It kind of makes sense, right? The color schemes seem to fit because I've seen this before with WildStar. WildStar had similar color schemes. But I am seeing the lighting. It's not like I'm suggesting that this game isn't going to be woke. I just haven't seen woke yet. Outside of some lighting, which, to be fair, some of it is, but some of it isn't. So we have to wait and see until we know a little bit more about the game. If it is actually woke, is it going to have body type 1 and 2? Is it going to have pronouns in the character selector screen? All of that's going to have to be found out.
Now, back to the big score. The artifact. You never know where it'll pop up, or what kinds of hell you'll have to go through to get it. Many prospectors went in that day, but only the Gamma Gang came out. But it wasn't over yet. They made a mad dash for the Wild Gate, and the other crews were hot on their tail. Which brings us back to here. Now, the Gamma Gang did make it to the Wild Gate, but I never said they made it through. They had the guns, the fuel, the upgrades. The plan was perfect. Or so they thought. Because there was one thing they didn't expect. Me. That's the Reach, kid. I didn't play fair. And you don't have to either. Because out here, the only plan that counts is the one you make up on the fly.
I wonder. What do you guys think? Pringles, no. Bisexual lighting is it's a concept that started up in the 90s, and the idea originally was just to signal, right? So it was signaling. The idea was that by using this lighting, you could signal to other bisexual people that you are indeed bisexual. So by wearing clothes that fit that sort of lighting style, you could signal this. Since then, now that we've entered the sort of metaphysical world of the left, there is this sort of idea that by adding this lighting, you can indoctrinate people and people will start to have some kind of feelings. So it spawned into something completely different. But what it is the ability to at least see where developers are in the sort of political landscape when they start using lighting tricks like this. You get an idea, right, of where they are politically. As an Asmon enjoyer, it always puts a huge smile on my face when he pulls up one of your vids. But just, yeah, I mean, it's always interesting when people message me, because as soon as Asmon reacts to any of my content, my DMs are always full, like immediately full, with people going, bro, Asmon is reacting to you. So it's always like, I know every single time it happens because my DMs are always full with people going, yeah. I never go to Asmon's streams, though, when he does this. Ever. Because I don't want to deal with the pressure of it. It would be quite a bit of pressure. Is there an F, guys? Is the stream down for anyone else? It may have been a small hiccup, but I'm still live. And it seemed, well, there everything went down. Seems like it's back up again. Don't know what happened there. YouTube seems to have been able to weather the storm. This is the one good thing about YouTube streaming. That Twitch, like the smallest little dip in Twitch immediately kicks it out, right? The Twitch stream just goes down. YouTube tends to try and get it back. The one downside to YouTube is when you do go down. So your stream just crashes. You can't just start again. YouTube doesn't allow you to just start again. You have to go and create a whole new stream. YouTube doesn't let you stream on the stream that just crashed. Whereas Twitch, doesn't matter. You just go back and you stream and everything's fine. Same way as always. That's the sort of duality of bullshit, I guess. Man. I think we're going to play Atomfall. I think I'll buy Atomfall and we'll try that tomorrow. If we don't like Atomfall, we'll try Kazan. I'm not sure. Now the question is, didn't Xbox announce that Kazan is also on the Game Pass? Wasn't it part of Xbox announcements, the Kazan stuff? Because if both of them are on Game Pass, I'd be happy to just play them there and see which one I like and then buy that one on Steam. Which is how I use Game Pass anyways. I don't play on Game Pass. Domago, you can't say as long as I enjoy it. If the goal is that I just enjoy the game, you guys will be stuck watching me play City Builders for all of eternity. If the only requirement is that I need to enjoy the game, that is what we'll be playing for the rest of the time. City Builders. Because those are the ones I enjoy. If it's about my enjoyment, but also your enjoyment, then we have to go into stuff like Atomfall. We have to go into stuff like Kazan. Because I enjoy those games, but not as much as I enjoy City Builders. Them be my games. City Builders are fun. You're free for chatting. Not at all. Frostpunk is pretty engaging. You have to be on point with Frostpunk because that game is the most stress-inducing City Builder I've ever played in my life. There's nothing relaxing about that game at all. Every single moment your place is falling apart and you're just desperately trying to figure out how did this break? How did this happen? Why do I remember? I have tried RimWorld. It's not my game. I'm not a huge fan of RimWorld. Dude, why do I remember Atomfall launching on Xbox Game Pass? Am I out of my mind? Quickly Google search this. Have you tried any of the Master or in Garian? How you doing, bro? I have no idea what you just said there. Here we have Atomfall. And it's launching. Where's everywhere it launches? Let's see. Come on, bitch. Where are you launching? Doesn't have it? Oh, this is not what I want. Do pre-order and see. Oh. Let's try and search for Atomfall, see if it shows up. Yeah, Atomfall will be launching on Game Pass. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. Atomfall will be launching on Game Pass. Play with Game Pass. It's going to be in here. Okay, so that's good. We know we can get that for relatively cheap. What's the other game called? Legends of Kazan or some shit? First Berserker Kazan. I might have to buy this one on Steam though, because I don't think this is launching on Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, no, this one isn't. So we have to buy that one. It's fine. The First Berserker. There is a demo of Kazan available. Yeah, but I don't like demos. We'll play it when it comes out. So as soon as it launches, we'll try Atomfall first, see what we think of that tomorrow. And if that isn't fun, we'll switch to the First Berserker Kazan. And we'll try that out. I'm just hoping that none of the games are woke. I'm just hoping that this is just normal games made for fun, made to enjoy. That would be my biggest hope. Domago, I appreciate that. But I also know that there are some viewers that some games are just boring for them, you know, so they won't watch because the game is boring and they have no interest in playing it or watching it being played. I know another game we're absolutely gonna be playing, and it's this one. No, not this one. Where's the one? I was just looking at it before we started. Expedition 33. That's the one. I don't know why that one popped up. Where is it? I saw it. You guys know the game I'm talking about, right? The Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I think we're going to start seeing less woke games. But just so, there's a thing called, in Hollywood, the concept is called in the can. Now, the concept refers to when there's a major shift in the culture. So the culture goes from one thing to the other. There's already movies that is so far into production that those movies cannot keep up with the change in pace, right? So they can't swap to the new cultural sort of acceptance thing. So they're going to continue to come out until the next stuff comes out. Snow White would be a good example of this in the can sort of thing, where there's, you know, it came out when Hollywood still thought that wokeness was the thing that sold, and so that's not going to happen. And I think that's true for a lot of video games as well. There's a number of video games right now that is already so far into production that for them to start shifting now would be impossible. It would basically kill their studios. So instead, they're just going, look, we'll bring it out, see how it goes. You know, like, hopefully people aren't too angry with us, but we can't backtrack on this now. We can't change anything now. I'm sort of the belief that's exactly what happened with AC Shadows. If you play AC Shadows, you'll quickly realize that a lot of Yasuke isn't even in the game. Like, you don't even need Yasuke in the game. You can play completely with Nawe. And the game kind of plays the way they set it up, that unless you know that you can switch between characters, you'll never switch to Yasuke. Because after Yasuke's introduction, you go to Nawe's introduction, and Nawe's introduction just keeps going into the rest of the game. So unless you actually actively go and swap, you'll just be stuck with Nawe. Thank you.
Loki, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the sub. Really appreciate you, sir.
Welcome to the channel. Thank you. You're far too kind. And I think the time that Ubisoft took, those extra months that Ubisoft took, I'm almost certain some of Yasuke was cut. And not the stories of Yasuke. I think all the stories are still in the game. But I think there were times where Ubisoft would have forced you to swap to Yasuke so that you could get sort of like an equal playthrough. And I think a lot of that was removed from the game. So that people sort of have Yasuke as an option, but most of it is Nawe. Because they couldn't cut Yasuke entirely. Remember, they already did all the work to tell people that Yasuke is going to be in the game. They weathered all the storms for Yasuke in the game. So instead of having to cut him, because they can't really, they just went, look, let's just make him largely unnecessary in the game. Deadeye Survivor, how you doing, sir? So if I find a square Dorito, I'll win $1,000. What kind of weird action is that? Ads, man. What? Yeah, if you're subbed, you don't get ads. Right? And also, ads are not universal. So some people will get ads, other people won't get ads. It all depends. The primary axiom, how you doing, sir? There will still be stragglers from studios that didn't get the memo. It chose not to read it.
Hey.
True. Candom Dixon, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. I want to see a square Dorito. I've not seen a square Dorito before, but there's a brand of crisps or chips here in South Africa that is kind of like Doritos. It's also like a corn tortilla type thing, almost like a nacho type thing. And it is squared, but it is super good because it's fried in coconut oil, not in normal sort of seed oils, and everything in it is natural, so there's no preservatives in it whatsoever. That shit is fire, bro. Like that stuff is good. Oh, Kicklol, now you're asking me a question I will not be able to answer you. I don't look at brand names when I buy stuff. I just see something, I go, oh, this looks interesting, let me try it out. I genuinely don't know what the name is. I'll check next time I'm in the shop, and I'll see if I can get the name for you. I have to catch up. I didn't watch the last 3 of your videos yet. They look interesting. Primary Axiom, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it's all good. It's all good. I make videos about random shit all the time. Today's video was fun to make, though. I got to clown on a sun a little bit. You know, that's always fun. It's always a good little palette cleanser after the nightmare of Ubisoft and Icy Shadows. Getting a bit of a sun in just to cleanse that palette and get ready for the next stuff is always a good time. Always a fun day. And so that, it was great. Yeah. The fact that a Sun's viewers can't see how they're being played, it should tell you everything you need to know. We're up against people who are not very smart. Because you should be able to tell. You have a guy that is obsessed with communism and socialism, but that lives 100% a capitalist lifestyle. Right? Doesn't live like a socialist at all. Lives in, not only, so you can still make the argument, oh, you know, part of the system, that's what they do. They say part of the system, use the system. That's how they defend him. But Hassan doesn't just live in an expensive part of LA. He lives in the most expensive part of LA. He lives in a $3 million mansion. He drives massively overpriced supercars. Does that sound like communist behavior? I mean, if that is in fact communist behavior, then I would also be a communist. You get to make all of your money, keep all of your money, build giant houses, and drive expensive cars. Heck yeah. Let's go, bro. If that's how everyone is allowed to live under communism, let's go. But you'll note that everything I just said there is far more capitalist than what it is communist. So, you know, the grift is so blatant and they're blind to it. Well, remember, they're blind to it because most of them have no idea what actual communism even looks like. TMV, well, this is where belief and principled belief comes in, right? We live in an era where most people don't care about principles because most people have no principles. If you were a genuine communist, in other words, you genuinely believed in communism, what Hassan is doing would not be what you would do. You would give away most of your money, if not to the government, then to literally your viewers. you would try everything in your power to not make that much money because you don't believe in money. Right? You don't believe that people should have this much money. So you would be giving back most, if not all, of your cash, which is obviously not what he's doing. Pretty much just the elites of communism gets to live that way. Second thought, also has a supercar driving channel. Yeah, of course, CCS. That's pretty much how it goes, right? He's pushing a garbage game to his own viewers. If he has this little integrity, what makes them think he's being honest about politics? Well, they're not honest about politics, so why would they want their messiah to be? Why don't Ubisoft make AC based on communist Russia or medieval Russia? Maybe that's the next one. You know, don't give them ideas. Maybe that is the next one. You play as an assassin working for the Stalin government to kill dissenters. Oh, Ubisoft, I have a new game idea for you. Holy shit. You won't print money, but you'll have a lot of people saying it's a good game on X. You know, they won't play it, of course, but they will say it's a great game. I would love it if Russia starts making great games here. Why do you think Russia doesn't get into making games here? I mean, for one, Russia is currently at wartime. Gaming is leisure. Gaming is for economies that sort of have nothing else to worry about, so they're just making video games. So Russia probably wouldn't be getting into that anytime soon. I think the other problem is the Russian people. I don't think has any Russian company ever made a video game. All Odds is Russian. Is Atomic Hearts actually Russian? They made Rogue Trader. That FPS game did really well. Here, Atomic. Ah, so Atomic Hearts is Russian. Well, there you go. So some Russians are making video games. I do think, though, most of the reason why the Russian people... So there's actually a few reasons. Number one is the fact that they're currently at war. Money for games is not going to be top of the priority. But then also, something people need to remember, most Russians are not wealthy. Russia as a country might have a lot of money, but definitely the Russians themselves don't have a lot of money. Sort of like China. Most Chinese people are living in desperately poor circumstances. So in China also, the gaming industry is fairly new and fairly sort of in its infancy because they just don't have the amounts of money that Americans do. The reason gaming sort of really blew up in America is because America has been very rich for a very long time. So there's more money for luxury goods, more money for, you know, fun stuff rather than just having to focus on survival. Justin, how are you doing, sir? Primary, don't be so quick to discount actual AAA devs or AA devs in America and in Europe. Europe might not be the leader in terms of AAA development, but Europe is definitely the leader when it comes to AA development. There are a ton of really good AA developers that exist in Europe and that will be challenging the AAA space in the near future. I believe there's also more in America that's coming. America sort of went all in on the big conglomerates. So all of its AA studios sort of merged with the AAA studios to become mega studios. But I think that is a system that is being unwound, right? We'll eventually see way more AA developers coming out even in the US. It's also Russian, isn't it? Space Marine 2. Wait, is Saber Russian? Ice Darkness. Okay, so when Americans think that most of you guys are living like shit, you need to understand that what is shit in America would be considered for most people in the rest of the world as a pretty good life. You know, so American poor people have flat screen TVs and cell phones and oftentimes even like computers. African poor people don't have any of that, right? No flat screens. They don't even have electricity coming to the homes.
$9.77. I made a plan for an art system that costs about $2,000. It is a standalone system that an artist inputs their art to generated fill and frames in the artist's style.
Wow. An AI art system that costs about 2,000 USD. It is a standalone system that an artist inputs their art to generate fill-in frames in the art style. Bro, you should absolutely market the shit out of that. I even use AI now. I hate to say it, but there's money in AI. Yeah. TMB, first and foremost, thanks for the donations. Really appreciate you, sir. But yeah, you're more than welcome to post it, man. What I'm specifically looking for is art or AI systems, because what you do when you make thumbnails is you need to find a picture online that fits the picture that you're trying to push or to put on your thumbnail. But oftentimes the pictures that you want to use are far too small. So you can't really scale them up so that they look good on the thumbnail. And there's one AI program out there that's about $40 a month that will upscale your picture. So it will make your picture look a hell of a lot better and more clear. But for $40 a month, for how little time I will spend actually using it, I just can't justify the $40 a month. So if I could get an AI program that is cheaper, like $5 or $10 a month, I'd immediately sign up to it. Because sometimes you just need that one screenshot where the character is doing that one face that you want on your thumbnail, but the only bloody resolution you have is like 300 by 480. And you're like, bro, I can't put this on my thumbnail. This is not going to look well. Incident PTSD, I'm not up for it. TMB, but at the end of the day, first and foremost, good luck with the cancer. I think we've spoken about this before. And also, I would say, you never know, man. Like, don't ever sell yourself short. Like, even if it is just small, even if you start small, just send it out to some of the bigger firms out there. See if you can get a buyout. Even if you don't want to do it yourself, see if you can get a buyout. You know, there might be some big firms out there that looks at your program and goes, man, this is good. We can use this. And you might get a couple of mil. You never know, right? But just, yeah, technically, UK and EU not the same place. Technically. There's a small little river that they call an ocean that separates them. What were we talking about? AI will take over, yes. Waifu number 2, nice. 2, full-time upscale website. Waifu 2X. I'll check it out, Kandom. Thanks. I appreciate that. AI will take over. As much as people want to fight against AI, and I get it, guys, AI is doing a lot of sketchy shit. There's no way to replace it. There's no way to get away from it. The amount of YouTubers and content creators that are already using AI pretty much permanently, you're not going to get away from it. Because it does make life a million times easier. It just does. I'm sorry, when I'm making a thumbnail, I remember making thumbnails 6 years ago. One good thumbnail would take you about an hour to produce. Now you make a thumbnail with the help of AI. It takes like maybe 10 minutes and you have a decent thumbnail that you can use. It's not good because I don't know how to make thumbnails, so they're never good. But it's a thumbnail and it's usable and it took 10 minutes to make. Because the AI does most of the heavy lifting. You want to remove this guy here? Yeah, just do it with AI. Just literally tell the AI, hey, remove this character. And it does it. You don't have to worry about it. TMB, that's probably, then you would need to market it almost personally to, like, gaming companies would probably pick that up. If they could put in their own art and get their own art being spat out in different forms and different things, they would probably go for that. I'm just waiting for things to become like Cyberpunk, Rogue AIs, two internets, the country split red and blue, California becoming a liberal cesspool, dystopia nightmare, changing body parts. that's going to be a long time from now, though, primary. AI is reaching peak, though, not for lack of development, but the training data is close to being exhausted. Patches, I think, I was watching this video the other day where they were talking about general AI, right? So artificial general intelligence, or AGI. And man, it's such a misnomer. So they call it artificial general intelligence. But if you know what general intelligence would be, you know that what they're talking about isn't actually general intelligence. It's basically just, can you create an AI that is better than a human at some jobs? That's basically the thing. Now, most jobs in our world can be done by an AI. You think about accounting, for example. I would say 99% of all accounting can be done with AI. Because 99% of all accounting is literally just taking your bank account and your bank statement, reading it into it, and it just does the calculations. You don't really need a human that can do that shit. There might be the 1 or 2% of opportunity or times where you need something very specialized done, where the AI might not be able to do it immediately, but will eventually figure it out, and might be able to do it even better than what a normal human can do. I would say most medical stuff will probably eventually be done by an AI, because once an AI learns what the difference would be between, say, for example, a cancer cell and a normal cell, it'll probably be better than humans at figuring out whether or not someone has cancer and where that cancer actually is. You then include stuff like nanobots, and AI could literally move in there, nuke the cancer all in one go. It doesn't even need to do consultation and then the next. It just inserts the new nanobots, kills the cancer, and extracts the nanobots. So that is something that AI can obviously do way better than humans can. But then there are jobs that AI won't ever be able to do because the job requires many inputs from many different areas of life. It's not just a bog standard do it and go, right? So all hyper specialized jobs, I think, will and can be replaced with AI. Any general kind of job will probably struggle with AI because it's just too general. There's not enough hyper specialization in the career or in the position. And when people say general intelligence, that's obviously not general intelligence. General intelligence would be you're basically creating a human. You're creating a human mind with the ability to learn, with the ability to reason, with the ability to weigh different options against one another. And I don't think we'll ever get there. I don't think AI will ever get there. Kill more systems, so not to compete with them. Cost efficiency, elsewhere though. So, Deadeye Survivor, I think our whole world is going to change. I think we've had this conversation before. But I do think that voice actors are having a laugh when they think that voice acting will not just be replaced by AI eventually in most video games. And when I say voice acting, I'm talking specifically about NPCs. Just random, unnamed, unimportant NPCs. I can see a world where future games come out where the main characters are voiced by actual artists, but then all of your normal NPCs are just voiced by AI. Because you think about a game like Cyberpunk, for example, you have thousands of NPCs in that game. It's physically not viable to pay thousands of different voice actors to make the voices for all of these characters. It just can't be done. Right now, how gaming companies get around it is most of the people will not speak, or if they speak, they got like 4 random voice actors to just do a bunch of random lines, and all the NPCs say the same lines. If you run into someone every NPC will go, if it's like a female NPC, they'll go, hey, watch out, something like that. But it's the same voice over and over again. And they're just hoping that you don't run into every damn NPC and keep hearing the same voice over and over again. But I can see a world where those NPCs eventually become AI. This means that there's going to have to be a new payment system for artists, where you as Ubisoft or you as Blizzard or you as EA hire a voice actor and you tell this voice actor, listen here, we want permission to use your voice to train our AI to do NPC voices. You sign a contract. So this is only for unnamed NPC. It will never be used for named NPCs. You say yes. From there, every single time they use your voice in a game, they have to pay you. So it's not as much as when you do an actual voice for a full-blown character, but they have to pay you for every single time they use your voice in a video game, or the AI for the training of the video game, right? So even if the AI trained on your voice, but then changed it to sound differently, if you were included in the training module for the AI, you get paid. You get paid a sum of money. So this allows them to make a little bit more money on the side, a little bit more passive income, but it also then allows for AI to start running. That's the only future I can see really for voice actors. Oblivion, everyone had like the same three voice lines. Yeah, that's pretty much how it has to go. I don't know. I'm between the Butlerian Jihad from Dune and Cyberpunk Dystopia. Rafael, I gotta go to the store to buy something. Listen carefully. You will give me a summary of what I've missed. Enjoy the shop, Tamago. Witcher 3 had only a handful of actors too. Yeah, but you can't do it any other way. Think about how much voice actors cost, right? On the low end, it costs about $10,000 a day to get a voice actor into a booth. And it doesn't matter whether it's 2 or 3 hours in the voice booth. It's $10,000 a day. All of the equipment, all of the studios, everything, everyone that has to be there, sound engineers and everyone. That's $10,000 a day that you're spending. If you're getting proper actors, their price increases that considerably. And I know of even places where a voice actor and all costs included is something like $5,000 an hour to have that person voice your game. Can you imagine if you have hundreds of NPCs in the game and you have to get hundreds of people to do that? How would that even work? Right? How would that even work? Pringles, well, in Death Stranding, it's even more. Right? So Death Stranding alone, getting those actors, their likenesses, their movements in the game, almost definitely cost them millions of dollars. Almost definitely. I think just the cost there, you're probably looking at something like $15 to $20 million. If not more. If not more. I would actually love to see a budgetary breakdown of AAA game prices. Because I would not be surprised. You think about this, for example. You have an actor playing someone like Reed, who plays in Walking Dead. How much do you think he got paid per episode of The Walking Dead? Most likely at least a couple of 100,000 per season. Most likely 5, 6, 10 million. I don't know. There's probably official numbers out there. Now you're getting him to do your game. He's in the game. He's voice acting the game, but his likeness is also in the game. You're profiting off of his likeness. There's a very good chance he's charging you 15 to 20 million to use him in the game. Right? 15 to 20 million to use him in the game. Then you include all of the other actors. I would not be surprised if AAA gaming is like 50% just the price of actors. Like when you have a game of 250 mil, 50% of that is just actors, voice actors, the voice actor's likeness, that kind of shit. And then the rest is actual production cost. Because what bothers me is when we look at double A studios that don't do that nonsense, right? They use normal voice actors, but they don't go balls to the wall with trying to get them to look exactly like the actors, that their games don't cost anywhere near as much. Like nowhere near 250 million. Their games come in at between 50 and 100, maybe over 100 million. But the games are oftentimes just as good, if not better. You know, TMB, thanks for the $2, man. Really appreciate you. Post a business plan and system and AI training. Thank you very much, TMB. I appreciate that. I'll check it out off the stream. Very excited to see it. Pringles, obviously, lower or less known actors will be cheaper, but even then, they're not going to be mega cheap. Think about Death Stranding. Death Stranding had, I can't remember his actual name, but the guy that played Reed in Walking Dead, right? They had him. Or he wasn't Reed. His name is Reed something, I think. But you think about him, right? Then you think about Mike, not Mike, Mickelson. Norman Reedus, that's the one. Norman Reedus. Right? You think about him, he's probably pricey as shit. Then you think about Mickelson, also not going to be cheap, right? He's not going to do it for nothing. Mads. The other one that's mega well known, who played the director? Why do I feel like he's also a pretty well-known actor? Yeah, here you go. So you have, he definitely cost a crap ton of money to get. Norman Reedus. Mads Mikkelsen wasn't cheap. I think you could have saved a little bit of money with Leah. Troy Baker would not have been as expensive as Norman or Mads, but probably still quite expensive. The rest of this cost, you'd probably have been able to get away with slightly less. I mean, slightly less. In terms of what you and I would be willing to pay, it's way more than that. But fundamentally, this cost alone, with voice acting and their likeness included in the game, man, I'm willing to say I don't think I'm exaggerating if it's like 100 million. Easy for just the actors. Gregory, how are you doing, sir? Because remember, with this, I'm also including the motion capture, the motion capture machines. Those are super expensive. And you probably used the motion capture on each of these actors because you wanted their movements to be part of the whole thing. The actual capture of faces so you can replicate them in video games, that's also super expensive. The equipment alone is millions of dollars. So you put all of that together, you're probably getting even higher. 100, 150 million of the game's budget is just the actors. Then you haven't started making the game yet. That's still coming. And yeah, the game looks gorgeous, but I ask you this. Was it truly necessary? Would Death Stranding not have worked just as well if Norman Reedus was simply doing the voice acting? If you didn't do all of the work to get the motion capture from Norman Reedus, to get his face to look exactly the way that it looks, and pay for the likeness, because remember, that is usually part of the price. There's a reason why in Twitch's contract that you sign as a partner, you give Twitch rights to use your likeness. Otherwise, Twitch would have to, like, if Twitch wanted to use someone like Asmongold's face in their advertisements and he didn't sign that contract, Asmongold could easily charge them a couple of $100,000 to use his likeness because it's his face. It belongs to him. You have to pay him if you want to use his face. Right? So Asmon could easily charge a couple of $100,000, probably even more, for their likeness. And you have to pay for that. Actors, that's part of their contracts. The Monster Energy thing they did when it launched? Yeah, I mean, but I think Monster Hunter actually paid them. Gregory, I've seen the game that they announced, but I didn't see the whole showcase. Kojima's trying to show Hollywood he's better. I think the thing I appreciate about Kojima is that Kojima is showcasing what I've been saying from the beginning. Games are better vehicles for stories than movies, books, and everything else. I say this as a great reader. I love reading. But games is the superior method of storytelling. No movie, no book, nothing can tell a story the way a game can. It's just not possible. The only thing that beats games in storytelling, I would say tabletop. Tabletop is the only thing, and yes, I know that there's some imagination there, and the only reason tabletop is better is because it provides more freedom. You can literally do whatever you want in tabletop because you're not limited by what was designed beforehand. The DM can design it on the fly. So if you want to go into this house that the DM didn't plan for, the DM can plan it on the fly, right? Which games obviously can't. If they only had 20 houses that you can enter and there's 40 houses and you want to go into 21, they didn't code that, so you can't go in. But I would say movies and TV and books cannot beat video games for storytelling. I don't think they can. I know there's some people, some readers who disagree with that, but if you've ever played a really good story game, you'll know what I'm talking about. Dude, a really good RPG can drag you into a world that is just captivating. And books can do that too, but a game has the graphics, it has the voice acting, it has everything way better than what a book does, right? Yeah, I'm not talking about specific tabletop. I'm talking about the homegrown or homebrew tabletop, right? So you're doing your own thing. You're just using them as a background. So, for example, D&D might be woke, but homebrew doesn't have to be woke. Homebrew you can play in whichever way you want. So I'm just talking about tabletop as the genre. And yeah, technically it does count as games, but it's not video games, right? Bro, what is up with this Netflix adolescent TV show? What TV show is this? Primary, I don't know of any new Netflix TV shows. What TV shows? What TV show are you talking about? Which game made you feel that way, Akko? Oh, which game didn't, bro? I remember the very first game I ever played that got me completely hooked was Baldur's Gate 1. Right? I was enamored with that game. Then another game, and it's sad that to this day, no other game has ever been able to nail this. Cutthroats. Cutthroats made me feel like an actual pirate. It was shitty graphics, mostly 2D, but it worked. So Cutthroats was also another one that really, really nailed it for me. Then, I would say in the modern era, I would say Witcher 3 was like, holy shit, let's go. Witcher 3 really just blew me away. Dragon Age 1, Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Death Stranding was another one that just sucked me in and I couldn't get out. Red Dead Redemption 2, so phenomenal. Storytelling so well done. Even GTA 5, the storytelling was phenomenal in GTA 5. What other games? I mean, if we're talking about just selling the universe, so we're just talking about when you play it, you feel like you're in the world. Dude, there's not enough time for me to name all of the games. Because there you could even go to games like Ixion, which is a city builder logistics game, But when you play it, the immersion is such that you feel like you're on that space station. And you are building the space station, you are going through all of this stuff because they managed to sell that immersion. So if it's just pure immersion we're talking about, there's very few games that don't nail it. TMB, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Good luck with everything. And also, thank you so much for the donos, man. I really appreciate you from the bottom of my heart, sir. Ixion is so good and difficult. Keklo is so much fun, though. Last of Us 1 was so memorable to me. You see, I never got into the Last of Us games because it's scary. But I've heard people say Last of Us 1 storytelling is some of the best they've ever played. Yakuza franchise has amazing storytelling. See, I've never played Yakuza either because it's a style that I'm not familiar with and don't care about. Cedia, I played about 7 hours of Last of Us. There was one scene where a zombie mushroom thing jumped out from behind some buses, and I was done. How have you stuck with Warhammer this long then? Cedia, what do you mean, how have I stuck with Warhammer this long? Ever try Stardew Valley? It took me a few tries to actually get into it. Turned out to be a great solo game and even better co-op with the wife. Yeah, Malicious, I have not played... I can't say I haven't played Stardew Valley because I have played a little of it. How many hours have I done in Stardew Valley? Let me just see... I've done a grand total of 4.9 hours in Stardew Valley. And as you can see there, I did not enjoy it. I did not enjoy it. It was sort of like not really my type of game. It's a little bit too casual for me. And I just ended up leaving it. Do you have anxiety since you can't play scary games? I don't have anxiety. I don't suffer from anxiety attacks or anything like that, Reminiscent. It's more a case of I don't like the feeling of being anxious, right? So like every human being, I obviously can get anxious, and I hate that feeling. I don't want to sit here. When I play video games, I want to relax. I want to have a good time. I don't want to sit here and palms sweaty, trying to go... Please don't be anything behind this corner. Please, 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 please. I don't want to feel that. I want to relax. I want to have fun. Why am I stressing about this? So yeah, it's not so much that I won't get an anxiety attack. I've never had a panic attack. I've never had an anxiety attack. But there's some kind of anxieties that I don't mind, right? So for example, standing up in front of an entire room full of people and singing, don't care. I can do that all day long. I do that pretty much 3 or 4 times a year. So that doesn't bother me. Standing in front of a whole group of people and talking, yeah, can do that too. No problem. Playing a scary game? No, thank you. I would rather not do that. Watching scary movies? No, thank you. I'd rather not do that. I want to relax when I'm doing those things. Oh, Kickle, me and my friend played the living crap out of Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. And I was young, man. I was like 14. We played the hell out of it. We loved it. I mean, I somehow just grew out of scary games. Like, I just got to a point where I could no longer play scary games because they're too scary for me. And I don't like tense games to begin with. I hate jump scare games. I don't do bloody jump scares. I don't want to. I don't like the whole, like in movies, whenever I'm watching a movie that is slightly scary, so there's like a killer, when they stand in front of the bathroom mirror and they open the bathroom sort of cabinet and they're doing, dude, in every single one of those movies, I look away and I take my headphones off. I just go like this. because I know what's about to happen, right? I know that they're going to close the window and the dude's going to stand right behind them. It's going to be a big bang of music. And so I just look away and then I hear the big bang of music and I'm like, oh, there we go. And now we can watch again. No problem. I don't like it because even if you know it's about to happen, as soon as it happens, you just like, oh, damn it. I love scary games. I hope you don't get to a point where they start banning horror games like Australia did with Silent Hill F. Clean, how you doing? A good game will use the jump scare sparingly. If it's overused, it just becomes annoying. One is too many. Now, we're not doing a Stardew Valley run. Someone just asked if I've played Stardew Valley before, and I answered them by saying I've played for 4.9 hours. Which, in my opinion, is enough to say that I don't like it. Something like Subnautica, no jump scares, but just lots of slow dread. So, Cedia, I stopped playing Subnautica when I had to go to the ship, the main ship that had crash landed, and there's these giant sea snake things that chases you, and you can't see behind you, but you know that they're right behind you. And then I heard that the next part of the game, in order for me to continue, I need a thing that's inside that ship. And I was like, well, it's cool. I won't go there then. Screw that place then. Thalassophobia is ocean stuff, right? Like fear of the deep blue ocean? Is that what it is? I wouldn't say I have fear of the ocean so much as I can't swim in water where I can't see the bottom. Right? Because I don't know, like, something could be coming up from below me. If I don't know what's in it, then that something could be in it, right? So even swimming pools that's like green that you can't see the bottom of, I won't swim in those because there could be something in there and I can't see it because the swimming pool's dirty as shit. So I'm like like in that sense, yes, Subnautica did freak me the hell out. Because there are times where you go so deep that you physically can't see around you. And you're just there. And I say, But I will say the one thing that makes Subnautica really good, actually, is that fear. And once you get inside your base and you feel that sense of, right, we're safe now. We're safe now. Everything's good. Profile, go screw yourself, sir. It's a little bit too cartoony to be scared. Wow, look at this macho, testosterone-driven beast over here. He's like, oh, well, you know, I only really get scared if it's real life. Like, unless a killer is standing right behind me with, like, a clown mask on, I won't even care, man. Like, let's go. Zafan, how you doing, sir? No, thank you. I'm a little pussy, and I'm happy to admit that. I'm a pussy when it comes to video games and movies. I don't want to deal with that. I'm here to have fun. Even Death Stranding is like the most scary game I'll play. And Death Stranding has some tense moments. But I will say, I have the same fear of space. And it's not, in space, it's not a fear. It's more like a feeling of dread. So when I watch something like The Expanse, which I love The Expanse. But there's moments where it shows the vast emptiness of space. And I just get this sense of overwhelming dread. Where you just go, man, this is so much nothing. Like, this is so much nothing. Like, how can it be so much nothing? How can we ever even comprehend this much nothingness? that sort of like you just get this sort of sense of, oh man, this is crushing me. What's this? Guess which movie is worse than Dragon Ball Evolution? Damn. Yeah, Snow White got raped, man. But hey, Rachel Zegler did say that she didn't want conservatives to watch, so she got her wish. You know what's super strange to me is how can someone like that not realize that you don't piss off half of the audience? Because Gal Gadot said almost nothing about this movie. Gal Gadot didn't get into any sort of, calling out people and Maine and telling Maine that they're stupid. And then you look at Rachel Zegler and you think, why are you so filled with hate? You're a pretty girl. You obviously had guys falling over themselves for you. Like, I get if it's a fat bitch that hate Maine because no Maine ever paid attention to her. All right, cool. Like most feminists are fat and ugly because they don't get Maine to look at them, so obviously they hate them. You rarely see the cheerleader be a super feminist because the cheerleader is getting all the guys. So she doesn't hate Maine, she loves him because Maine take care of her, right? Why would Rachel Zegler, who is by all accounts not an ugly broad, why would she hate Maine so much? I don't understand it. Because she's young and young people make stupid choices. Yeah, but I don't understand why she would even hate Maine the way that she does. She has no reason to hate Maine. Oh, Primary Axiom, I don't hate Rachel Zegler. So it is very rare that I hate people who is clearly the victim of the woke mind virus. Because I don't think Rachel Zegler even really understands what she says. She accepts it because it's what's been said to her over and over and over again, and she has no idea how to even begin to deny it or begin to dismantle it. So from her perspective, she's just a useful idiot, repeating the lies. I hate the people who pushed the lie in the first place. Symbol of toxic masculinity, Akko, that's why. Well, my beard is fond of being toxic and masculine. Machete, I don't even, I wouldn't deny that. Right? I think all actors are borderline narcissists. Remember, I studied acting. I know the actors, right? Almost all of them are borderline narcissists because most people go into acting because they want to be famous. They believe that they deserve to be famous. So there's definitely that. But the sort of idea, the ideas that she espouses is not her own. Right? She doesn't actually believe the stuff that she says because I don't think she even knows what she says. A way for you to know this is how many Hollywood actors are all aboard DEI, white men are racist, white men are evil. How many, just sort of broad strokes, how many Hollywood actors do you believe say that as a general rule, like percentage-wise? They only have rights because of men. Snubbles, you're not wrong. There is no such thing as a real feminist in the US today. So I think, would you guys disagree if I said something like at least 70% of all of Hollywood actors hold these white men are toxic, white men are evil, white men are bad, down with the white man? Would you say 50 to 70, let's say 50 to 70%? to be conservative, because we don't know. There's probably plenty of them who never even voice their opinion because they're afraid of voicing their opinion. So let's say 70%. Have you guys seen who they date? Like, when's the last time you've actually looked at a red carpet thing and looked at all of these woke actors show up with their wives or their girlfriends or their boyfriends? Who is it that they date? White men. They're all dating white men. AOC hates white men, but she dates a white man. What's her face? The singer that now looks like an absolute witch, but was actually super cute. Oh man, what? She's like a pop star. She was actually quite cute, and now she's like so skinny that it looks sickening. What's her name? One of you must know who I'm talking about. She's young. She's like pretty young. I don't know. Yeah, Grande. That's the one. Ariana Grande. I heard her say that white men is toxic and white men is a problem and white men shouldn't be in society. Or white men should calm down and stop talking to people. And then I saw her boyfriend, who not only is white, or at least was at the time, but is ginger, bro. Like, you don't get more white than a ginger. Like, if you want to talk about the whitest of the white, that's a ginger. You know? And that's who she's dating. And it's like, well, do you really hate white men? Because it doesn't seem like you hate white men. It seems like you're more than happy to date and sleep with white men, but you're just saying shit because you think it fits. You know, you hope that it makes you seem like you belong. So I don't hate these people because most of them don't actually believe the stuff that they're saying. And they don't probably even know what they're saying. They're just speaking sort of after whoever gives the marching orders, really. Well, Zedia, the problem with albino would be they may appear white, but they're obviously not white, right? Because from their perspective, they have no pigment whatsoever. You know, so it's a bad thing, but they're without pigment at all. So, yeah, technically you could say the skin is definitely the whitest there is. But it's only because there's technically no color to their skin. White men are the most attractive according to the polls done by women, by the way. Yeah, I always wonder if I should trust those polls. And the reason I wonder it is if you look across the board, most people date within their own racial group, right? Like, even people who say, oh yeah, I think these women are the most attractive, or I think these, end up dating someone that's in their own racial group. So I always think that those polls are a little bit skewed, just again because of how the society is built, right? Because you have more white people in society, you have more known sexy women that would be white, right? Because society is overwhelmingly white, you would have more known sexy men that are white. You think of Hollywood. Overwhelmingly, the actors are white there, right? And so when you do a poll, for example, and you ask people in America, who's the most attractive race? It's arguable that you're going to say white people because you see more attractive white people than what you see attractive people from any other race. But when you actually go and you find a partner to date, you're going to date someone from your own racial group because you find them very attractive and very beautiful. So I don't always know if I trust those polls. I'm not saying they're wrong, but I don't know if I trust them because I think that there's a lot of room for bias in those polls. I'll only date my ethnic group. Refugee, I don't have much of a problem with my ethnic group so much, right? For me, I care more about compatibility. So I don't care whether she's white, black, Asian, whatever. As long as she shares my values, I'm not that worried about race. I'm Persian and people think I'm white American. This is why I hate the anti-white rhetoric. Not all white people are the same, like these idiots think. Yeah, well, I have heard some guys say that Persian women are apparently the most beautiful. Alright, not white. Wow. To learn German or some shit? Oh, well, that I can sort of understand. But now the question is, Ravy G, what if you meet, like, say, a black girl who lived in the Netherlands her whole life and can speak Dutch? She is Dutch. Basically, for all intents and purposes, she speaks Dutch like a Dutchman. What then? Michael, but that makes sense, right? That does make sense. If you think about it, from the moment that you were born, which faces did you see the most of? People who look like you. Right? So you grew up with people surrounding you who look exactly like you. So by the time it comes to finding a romantic partner, you are going to be biased more towards people who look like you. And there's also the historical reasons for it. Back in the tribal days, people who looked like you were your tribe. People who didn't look like you were not your tribe. And not your tribe often meant war. So you are just sort of, you're fighting a losing battle. If the idea is that you're trying to get rid of like, you know, same race relations or whatever you would call it. Did the stream go offline again, or is it just on my side? Am I still on? Oh, because the program that I'm using said that we're offline. Sorry, seems fine to me. Okay, seems like we're still good. We're good for now. Quality is dropping though. Yeah, it seems like something's wrong with the Restream servers at the moment. Because from my side, the internet is perfect. Like, I've dropped no frames. But if I look on the site that I'm using, it's consistently up and down. Like, it's consistently dropping. So be aware. This stream might drop whenever it does this. At some point, the stream drops and I can't get back on. Just be aware of that. I don't know if it's cyber attacks. I think it's just some days the servers are worse than others. For the most part, they're fine. But every once in a while, they're either doing maintenance or doing updates or fixing something. Or maybe some of the servers went down. So now they have more traffic to a limited number of servers. Whatever it is, just be aware that if the stream drops, that's why. Can't handle Akalon? Well, I'm a pretty big guy. You know, all of this data needs to be sent through the internet to you guys. It makes sense. It will put strain on any internet. Did you see the new Monster Hunter Wilds free update coming in April? I have not, Machete. What is the update? I've not kept up with anything Monster Hunter. I'll pick up Monster Hunter probably in a few months from now, when I have that urge to go and slay some monsters. I've not felt that urge yet, so I can't play the game yet. Too much right? There's a video from Capcom. Well, give me the video. Machete, please, link the video. I don't know if YouTube is weird with YouTube with video links, but try. If I listen to Rurikon, it sounds like Monster Hunter and Capcom do a lot of shit for their community. Like, whenever a new Monster Hunter comes out, they do so many brilliant updates for people on those games. So... okay, here we go. Thank you very much, Clean.
Hello everyone, I'm Ryozo Tsujimoto, producer of Monster Hunter Wilds. It's been a month since release, and I'm glad to see so many people enjoying our game. Thank you all so much for your support. Today, I would like to share details about our first free title update for the game.
Okay,
We prepared a video highlighting what's in store, so please enjoy.
let's go. I'm happy to see this. Why does this child look weird? Okay, this is a new place, isn't it? Or is this the camp, just in a different location? Because I only played the beta. Oh wait, there's mini games now as well. These cats are so weird, man. If I may ask, is this a new boss? Do they often do new bosses, or is this just an update to a boss? Because Rurikon told me they usually do bosses, then they do expanded difficulties on the bosses, and then they finally do like the big sort of some kind of weird update. You guys have a name for it. So is this the first time that they've added new bosses to Monster Hunter's roster outside of like the 1 year patch or some stuff? New bosses. Monster existed in another game and comes to Monster Hunter Wilds now. Okay. 250, 300 monsters, and they're bringing them back. They bring them back sometimes. Ah, okay. So this is a boss from a different game now being put into Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay, that makes sense. Basico, how are you doing, sir? This guy I remember. First free title update. Okay. Here we go. Monsters.
Mizutsune will be making its way to the wilds for the first title update.
Mizutsune, okay.
At hunter rank 21 or above, talk to Kanya in the Scarlet Forest to unlock the mission to hunt Mizutsune. Arch-tempered Ray Dow will debut in an event quest.
Arch-tempered?
Monsters are stronger than tempered ones.
Oh. Okay.
New armor will accompany this new enemy.
Whoa, look at this.
Gamma and feline Radal Gamma sets becoming available to forge.
That's cool armor.
Rank 50 and above will be able to challenge this fearsome foe when the event quest goes live. So please give it a shot.
Did you know what's wild? You know what's super wild? All of this for $70. This is a free title update, right? So you're getting this for free. But somehow in the West, $70 isn't enough. $70, you only get the base game, then you get the deluxe edition that adds more missions, because apparently $70 is enough for the whole game. And then you get a DLC shortly after, paid for, by the way. so that you can get the actual game that you were supposed to get. Man, I don't know what these Asians are doing, but they seem to be able to make games for $70 that actually includes everything and some free shit.
Hunters experienced the power of Zhou Xia just once in the game's story. Now get the chance to fight this fearsome monster again. The Zhou Xia quest will be accessible after completing a mission that unlocks at Hunter rank 50 and can be selected in the environment overview. Zhou Xia will also appear during the Wyvern's Awakening in the ruins of Wyveria and can be made into a quest. Use materials from
Oh shit, look at that armor.
and Palico equipment. The Grand Hub is a gathering place packed with even more things for hunters to do. Have fun interacting with each other in new ways. Roll barrel bombs into targets in the new minigame.
That looks fun, actually. That minigame would keep me busy for a long time.
Items and pendants for your hunts. Barrel bowling vouchers can be obtained in many ways, such as via login bonuses. The Grand Hub has long served as a place of worship to the people of Suja. At night, you may find the Diva singing an offering. You can focus in on the Diva while she's performing, so be sure to give her a listen when you get the chance.
Wow.
The squad information counter will move from the Windward Plains to the Grand Hub once travel to the location becomes available, allowing you to conveniently manage your squad. Unlock the Grand Hub at Hunter rank 16 and above.
The hell is that?
To Tetsuzan in Suja, the Peaks of Accord.
Is it giant? Arena quests.
Compete with hunters across the world for the fastest completion times in the newly added Arena quests. View world rankings on the Expedition Record Board at the entrance to the Grand Hub.
You guys need to let me know what is new. So what is stuff that you've never seen in a Monster Hunter game before? Because I'm interested to know, because Monster Hunter Wilds is a brand new sort of take on the Monster Hunter universe, right? So kind of going from signing up, going into areas, completing the areas, and going back to the hub, you now have this whole open world thing going on. So it's already sort of an evolution on what Monster Hunter was good, or what made Monster Hunter good. So I'm wondering if this is a catalyst for even more innovation to come.
Challenge quests and free challenge quests will also be available as limited time event quests. Fight to shave down your time and earn the highest rank possible. Pendants can be obtained as participation rewards for challenge quests and free challenge quests. In addition, you can earn even more special pendants depending on your personal time and
Dude, that armor looks boss. That shit right there looks absolutely insane.
world ranking. Arena Quest limited bounties will be available and posted on the Expedition Record Board. Arena quests and challenge quests must be
Zen, how you doing, brother?
determined equipment and are for up to 2 players. Free challenge quests are also being introduced in Wilds. These quests have no equipment limits and are for up to 4 players. For any of these quests, you can bring support hunters to fill any available.
Did I just see Alyssa there? What are they playing at, these left-wing bastards? They have Alyssa Mercante in the game, guys.
For any of these,
Look at that. Look at that. Got him. Got him woke. This is a woke video game, boys. They have Alyssa Mercante in the game. Confirmed now.
quests, you can bring support hunters to fill any available player space. Take on arena quests from the Arena Quest counter in the Grand Hub. Gear up and prepare to prove your hunting prowess.
Single player IDO, bro.
Alma's outfit from the appearance menu at camps. An outfit for Alma will be available for free, so give this new
Where's the
feature a
other
try.
chick? She's hotter. That's the most sexual way to drink a drink I've ever seen in my life, bro. What is this? Obviously an Asian game. Just look at this. This is the most sexual way to take a sip of a drink ever.
This new feature a try.
What the hell is that?
In addition, after completing a certain side mission, Alma's glasses will also be changeable.
You know what they're doing?
Free content is coming for
True.
all players. In addition to the previously mentioned outfit for Alma, classic gestures from the series are making their return. These offerings will be available in the store for free.
Available in the store for free. Wow. Well done, boys.
Cosmetic DLC Pack 1 will be launching alongside this update. Premium Deluxe Edition and Cosmetic DLC pass holders can download this content immediately upon release.
It's all just cosmetic, right? No power in the store whatsoever.
In addition, new camp gear options are being added.
Dude, what? Is it just me, or does that look like one of the most comfortable beds you could ever sleep in, though?
Options are being added.
Yeah, Zen, it's beyond amazing. I don't know exactly. So, you know, I think what's happening is when, like, Eastern devs clearly use different kinds of engines to the devs in the West. I think Eastern games are still made on very old engines because for some reason, Eastern games can make what we call in the West body type 2 faces, right? It used to be called something else way back in the day, like by my father and his generation. Something like female, I don't know. It's an old word. But it can make body type 2 faces that look like body type 2 faces. But those same engines in the West, for some reason, cannot do that. So, and according to them, it's impossible. It can't be done. When they make a body type 2 face, it looks almost like a body type 1 face. But it can make body type 1 faces. You don't have to worry about that. So when they're trying to make body type 1, I think those used to be called something like main or male or something like that. But the body type 1 faces, they're fine. They can be made. But something's happening with the body type. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how that happens, but the East managed to figure it out. The West can't do it. It's impossible to do. So who knows? I don't know what happened there. Gym on the floor, don't all beds look comfy to you? Dude, my bed on the floor is amazing. What are you talking about? I've been sleeping on that mattress for 3 years now, and I do not want to change it because it is comfortable as hell. I don't see why I would change it. I sleep well. I get a good night's rest. I wake up, I go, ooh, what a good day. And then I start working. Oh, and now we're fishing. Okay.
Even more content not included in packs will also be available. Customize your Wilds experience to craft your own personal hunting adventure. Visit the official website for more details. Event quests are also planned to continue coming to the game. Earn special armor, quickly raise your hunter rank, and collect ingredients for cooking on the barbecue grill in a variety of upcoming quests.
But I must say, the movement of this game is insane.
Each season, celebrations are held at the Grand Hub. First is the celebration of spring coming April 23rd, the Festival of Accord Blossom Dance. During seasonal events, the appearance of the Grand Hub and available meals will change, and you can obtain limited equipment, gestures, pop-up camp decorations, and more. In addition to seasonal event quests, most previously available event quests will also make a return. Come join the celebrations at...
Dude, how big is this game? I'm sitting here, I'm absolutely speechless by the small details that in most Western studios would be considered unnecessary. This is a Monster Hunter game. You want to hunt some monsters. Let's give you some monsters to hunt. And yet, these guys are focusing on these tiny little things that almost makes it feel like this is almost an MMO for them.
At the Grand Hub.
Allow me to go over the schedule of the upcoming content. The first free title update.
April 3. That's close.
The date you see on your screens. Hunters will be able to encounter Mizutsune, travel to the Grand Hub, and take on challenging arena quests. The Festival of Accord, Blossom Dance, will be held in celebration of spring. Arch-tempered Ray Dow will debut in an event quest.
Okay.
In a later update,
So by May, you guys are getting the full game.
with another Capcom title.
Vasigo, that's the wild thing. The game feels live servicey. That's why I always assumed that it was a live service game. I remember, I think it was like the second episode of the Mythic Banter, where I said, well, you have other live service games like Monster Hunter, and Rurikon was like, wait, bro, what? Monster Hunter isn't live service. And I was like, bro, of course it's live service. What are you talking about? He's like, no, we get everything for free. It's just added to the game. We just get to play it. I'm like, wait, you don't have like season passes and stuff and DLCs that you have to pay for? And he's like, no, it's just you buy the game once, you play it. I was stunned, bro. I was sitting there going, wait, what? Free shit in a video game? What are you talking about? You know, and this is one of the reasons why I have said we need live service, the definition of live service to change. Because technically, all live service means is constantly updated, right? If a game is consistently updated, it becomes a live service game. Games that aren't consistently updated are single-player games or RPGs or story-based games. When the story's done, it's done. But then you look, for example, at Monster Hunter Wilds. You look, for example, at Baldur's Gate. And this is how you know when a studio absolutely loves their developers, number one, but also loves their players. Do you guys know why the Baldur's Gate developers are still updating Baldur's Gate with new content, even though the game is already launched and there's no sub to the game, there's no DLCs launching for the game? Do you know why they keep making content for the game? It is because as Larian Studios are now shifting to their new game, we know they are. About 2 weeks after the launch of Baldur's Gate 3, Sven tweeted out a piece of paper where him and the team are busy sketching their next game. When a new game is in the planning phase of the game, there's at most like 4, maybe 5 people involved with that. And it will usually be like the heads of the department, right? So you might have the lead story developer, narrative developer, artist, or creative director. You'll have the heads of the departments in the room, and they're now planning what the next step is going to be. But you have all of these hundreds of developers, for Larian Studios, that's about 300 developers, that are not doing anything. Now, the way most AAA studios run their studios is these developers then sort of just get pushed into other games. So for EA, for example, as soon as a game doesn't need all these developers, they move them into other games. Not Larian. Or they fire them. They do layoffs, and they'll just hire new people once they start ramping up. Because after about sort of 3 to 6 months of planning, they now start building the game. And as they build, they'll start hiring more and more developers. Usually around the 1.5 to 2 year mark is when a game is in full swing, and now you have most of your developers working on the game. What Larian is doing is they're continuously paying every single one of the 300 developers that work for them. Even though right now they're not really making a lot of money. Because remember, the game has already sold. They're not doing any DLCs or anything. But all of the developers are still being paid every single month. And in order to keep those developers busy, they said, hey, keep making free content for Baldur's Gate. Just keep making new content. Bring out new classes, bring out new events, new whatever. Keep making content there. Give the players more stuff to do while we plan the game. And I wonder if Monster Hunter isn't the same. So right now, as the lead guys are already working on the next Monster Hunter, the rest of the team is making the free shit for the game. Because what else are they supposed to do? They need to keep working. So it's a nice way of keeping your people sharp, making sure that your people keep making games in the genre that you focus on specifically, but then also a nice way to give back to your players. Because they're not just sitting around doing nothing while you're working on the next title. It's beautiful when game companies run this way. They love the game. Pazico, obviously they love the game, they love their community, but it's a very good way of ensuring that institutional education is strengthened. Because what EA keeps missing is by taking a developer off of Dragon Age and moving them to Call of Duty, to Battlefield, there are no lessons that a developer can learn in Battlefield that will really be applicable in Dragon Age, outside of maybe engineers and maybe some of your technical stuff, right? They might learn lessons, but for all of your animation guys, your narrative guys, what are they learning in Battlefield that they can bring to Dragon Age? Nothing. So you're effectively making a sort of jack of all trades, master of none kind of developer, whereas Larian is saying, no, you guys keep doing shit for Baldur's Gate 3, because these are the games we make. We make CRPGs. So keep making content for this, learn how to make better content for this, because all of that information, all of that experience is going to mean a lot when we get to the next game. Because you're continuously learning how to make this game even better. So that's why Larian Studios' next game will probably be even bigger than Baldur's Gate 3. Probably be bigger and better than Baldur's Gate 3. Because they have so much more that they've learned. Early access as soon as possible. That will ensure them enough funding. Yeah, they'll do the early access probably within the next 2 years. I expect early access for their next game to be in maybe 2 years from now, because they've been working on it for about a year already. So I think by the 3-year mark, we'll see early access for the first game, for the next game.
We also plan to add a list showing the endemic life you've captured, and we'll share more information on this later. Thank you for tuning in to today's announcement. For more information about the first title update, please check our official website and social media. Also, I'm happy to announce that we're planning a second title update for Wilds for summer.
Oh.
Please look forward to hearing more details about it from us in the future. Thank you for playing Monster Hunter Wilds, and I hope you continue to enjoy the game. Now let's wrap this up as we always do. Happy hunting!
Yuki, so yeah, I mean, they can have different teams doing it, or they can have like Larian has. Larian has just one team, but then they have the heads of the department moving on and doing the next game, right? So for them, Team B might be all the heads, right? All the guys that's involved in making the next game. And then Team A is everyone else just pushing out content. The point is, these are studios that have said to themselves, look, we want to make money, right? But we don't necessarily have to make all the money. It's fine if we just make money, right? If we can walk away from this game with 10 million in profit or 100 million in profit, that's more than enough. We don't have to try and bleed $1 billion out of the game. 100 million is more than enough. Whereas what you see with a lot of the AAA Western studios, 100 million isn't enough. If I made 100 million, I could have made 200 million if I optimized my developers more. So instead of focusing developers in the stuff that they actually know how to do, I'll just move them away. Look at what EA did with Dragon Age The Veilguard. Imagine if EA was actually committed to Dragon Age The Veilguard. And they said, look, okay, we understand that there's a lot of things wrong with this game. Since we're working on our next Mass Effect game, we're going to keep our developers on Dragon Age The Veilguard. We're going to keep building content for it. We're going to fix a lot of the things that you guys hate. We're going to remove Tash from the storyline. We're going to make this into a decent Dragon Age game. That would immediately have bought them a lot more goodwill from the community than what they did, which was basically just to go, well, shit, never mind, it's dead now, let's move on. Which is what they ultimately did, right? They just said, nah, it's dead, let's go. They did the same thing with Anthem. Just, it's dead now, let's move on. All the studios here. So Primary Axiom, this is, I remember the first ever time I made a video about the general gaming industry was around this time. When Baldur's Gate 3 was announced, and every single developer, including some Blizzard developers, were, instead of saying, wow, this is what games is, instead came out and said, this is terrible. Players are going to expect this, and this is not possible. Most games can't do this. Most people don't have the budget for it. And I will never forget, developers from EA wrote, most people don't have the budget for these kind of games. And I thought, what are you doing? You're from EA, bitch. What are you saying? This is a AA studio. Their budget was not unlimited, right? Their budget was whatever players were willing to pay for in the early access. That was their budget for this game. What are you talking about, budget? You guys are able to make games that's hundreds of millions of dollars and marketing budgets of $500 million. But this game is unrealistic because the budget is too big. Instead of actually learning from this and saying, oh, so it is possible to make good games. We just have to love the games that we make. I remember this shouldn't be considered standard. They said even some journalists were echoing this BS. Oh yeah, but the journalists, the mainstream truth sayers, Vasico, they just echo whatever the gaming industry tells them to echo. So you don't have to worry about them. If the game developers are saying it, the journalists are saying it. So what they were making was dog shit compared to it? Yeah. And so they were trying to gaslight the player base into going, guys, don't expect this from us. Don't expect that we can ever make games like this. This is not possible. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No one else can do this. No one has this big mega budget that this AA studio has. You know, all of our billions of dollars can never make this. It's like, man, way to rise to the occasion. If I was in video gaming, if I had my own studio, Baldur's Gate 3 would have motivated me. I would have gone to my developers and been like, boys, we can do this. The fact that they could do this means we can do this. Let's go. Let's make this. Not them. It's immediately saying, no, guys, don't expect this from us. We can't do this. Tobacco, it's from the show Legion, one of the most creative. It shows how social contagion and delusion starts in society. If it's a TV show, primary axiom, I can't show it. I will instantly get demoed. They'll copyright claim the shit out of this. If it's anything to do with TV, anything near copyright, they'll claim the crap out of it. Twitch would still be fine. YouTube not. YouTube does not allow for any copyrighted stuff. Yeah, then you can link it. Who the hell is this? She's not South African. Wait, hold up. I need to... So, she tweets about South Africa. Is she South African? So, the Daily Maverick, which is like a super left-wing newspaper here, they made Razul Expulsion, who's the ambassador for South Africa, sparks a diplomatic divide, hardens SA attitudes against Trump's US. Then Nadia tweets out, count me out. My heart backs Trump 100%. RT if you stand with Trump, Elon, Vance, Rubio, Bondi, Hegseth, and Homan. Yeah, well, I'll RT this. Why not? I stand with Trump 100%. Like, you know. High's Darkness. So I don't agree with the stance that Baldur's Gate 3 was woke. I just simply do not. But that's because my definition of what woke means is completely different. If your demand, right? Think about what we said from the beginning. Why can't you just make games like you used to? Why can't we just get back to making good games because they're good without the political messaging, right? That's what all of us had always said. Now, when you go back to when games were good, all of them had gay people in them, diversity in them. Like, that's never not been in video games. Most video games had those things in it. The question has always been, is this forced? In other words, is this forced politics in such a way that I can't escape it no matter what I do? Or is this just there? And if I wish to engage with it, I can. If I don't want to, I can just leave, right? I don't have to partake in it. And I would say Baldur's Gate 3 falls into that category for me, where it doesn't force me into any of the woke stuff. I don't have to do anything with bears. I don't have to be gay in the game. There's no point in the game where it's starting to or trying to preach to me about how bad white men are, or preach to me about how good gay people are, or how bad straight people are. The game isn't trying to make any political messages. The game is literally just going, right, this is an RPG. Here are your choices. Make the choices as you wish, right? Make the choices you want. We don't really give a shit. Play the game. And that's it, you know? Which to me does not rise to the level of woke. Every area has peak diversity. Every race except the Githyanki act exactly the same. If that is not the global homo agenda, I do not know what is. I didn't have that as, like, I didn't get that from the game. When I played Baldur's Gate 3, that's not what I got. Like, you might be, and this is definitely a thing, some people are far more sensitive to it, right? And maybe I still get there. Maybe there's a point that I reach that I do hit that sort of, you know, I don't accept any of this anymore. But I'm not at that point yet. For me, I'm at a point where I don't want to see your politics in my video game. You can make your game, and you can make it diverse if you want. I don't give a shit. But if you're making your game, I don't want to know who you voted for by playing your game. I don't want to hear that I'm evil or I'm bad or this or that or the other. Just make your game. Let me play it. Let me make my own decisions as I wish. Hi, that's fine. I'm not judging you for that. But just understand that I'm not in that camp. I will support Larian. I will absolutely support Larian because they do what they do for the love of the game. They're not trying to do politics. You can listen to his speech. He even says this in his speech. He's not about politics. He's about making a game, and that's it. You know, let the game be what the game is. Let people play the game that they want to play. And I'll even say another thing that I think a lot of people need to keep in mind. Think about this. Baldur's Gate 3 was Larian Studios' biggest game to date. I mean, they did well with Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. But Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2 was nothing compared to Baldur's Gate 3. Larian Studios was offered the opportunity to do Baldur's Gate 4. Wizards of the Coast wanted to continue with Larian Studios and Baldur's Gate 4. Larian Studios said, no thanks. We're going to go make our own game now. We don't want to do your game anymore. Now, Wizards of the Coast are very hands-on when it comes to game design. Very hands-on. I listened to a talk once before with the original creator of Baldur's Gate, where they spoke about exactly how you make games with Wizards of the Coast. This, coincidentally, is also one of the factors that ended up making BioWare go Dragon Age rather than continue with Baldur's Gate. So the way Wizards of the Coast work, you write a chapter. Then you send the chapter to them. Then they make changes to the chapter. They change everything they want. And they send it back to you. Then you can make changes again, but you have to include the stuff that they say you have to include. So they tell you top to bottom what needs to be in the game, what needs to be changed, what they want to see, how they want to see it, but you can't put in the game. Some of it is to protect the lore. Others is to protect their own politics. I would not be surprised if a lot of the stuff, the woker stuff we saw in Baldur's Gate 3 may have been because of Wizards of the Coast. And that is one of the reasons why Larian Studios said, well, we'll never work with them again. This was fun. It was really cool. This put us on the map. But now we're doing our own thing where we have more freedom. And now we want to make our video games. That notion and make it the focal point of a game as it isn't personality that makes it woke. I agree with you, Zen. I do agree with that, right? I don't see it. So I always say there's a big difference between woke games and woke elements in games. And I just use woke elements as sort of shorthand because, you know, the same elements applied differently in a video game can be the difference between a woke game and just a game that has some elements to it, right? So from my perspective, unless I can see a political agenda in your game, I'm not going to call it woke, because even if it has some elements that might be woke, I'm not seeing an agenda. Realistic rates and unite. Ice Darkness, I would just say, again, you're complaining about them making all of the races act the same. This I will say, if it did come from anywhere, it would have come from Wizards of the Coast. This has been something that a lot of D&D players have complained about over the years with Wizards of the Coast. With every update, they have removed the differences between the races, where eventually the races literally just become sort of a cosmetic choice rather than an actual in-game choice that has a reason to be there. So in that sense, I wouldn't say that this was Larian trying to make everyone global homo. This was, I don't even know what that means, but okay. This was more just Wizards of the Coast saying, if you want to make our game, you do it this way. You're not going to write differences into it. You're not going to get to make this or that decision. This is how it is, and this is how it will be. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm saying if that is what happened, it would have come from Wizards of the Coast. I didn't pick that up in the game. That's not how I picked it up. I felt like all the races had differences to them, At least from my perspective, they all did. But again, I might not be as sensitive as you are to these changes, and that's fine. I just have it different, right? So how do you define the pronouns? I don't define the pronouns. But as I've said before, if the wokest part of your game is pronouns, I can probably still move past it. At least I could have. And so at the time of Baldur's Gate 3 coming out, pronouns was a fairly new thing in video games. And so from my perspective, I was just like, I don't like it, but it's fine. I'm now at a point, as time has gone on, where I probably won't even accept that. Because I feel like gamers have made their position on pronouns clear enough now that developers should understand, don't put that shit in your game. Whereas it wasn't as clear when Baldur's Gate first came out. If you think about it, the whole anti-woke movement is little over a year old at this point. The new one, right? The new Gamergate 2 movement. So when Baldur's Gate 3 first hit the shelves, there's no way Larian would have known that people hate pronouns in video games. Now, if Larian Studios brings out their next game and pronouns are still there, I'll judge it a lot harsher. I'll be like, whoa, boys, why are you doing this? Gamers have made it very clear. We don't want to see this shit. We have no interest in seeing this crap. So I would also be cautious not to judge retroactively. Because things change, right? Information gets updated. What is true today wasn't true 3 or 4 years ago. So there should still be a little bit of grace there in saying, hey, these guys made their game before they would have ever known that these things aren't acceptable. They probably would have made these decisions because everyone told them, listen, this is what games want. This is what gamers want. But now they don't have any reason to doubt. While the market has spoken, if anti-woke campaigning is hitting diminishing returns, and like young Ripper, maybe it's time to create. Ghost Rider, so from my perspective, anti-woke campaigning isn't really a thing. And there's some people who want to make it a thing, but it's not really a thing. What my job as a YouTuber is, when it comes to the anti-woke movement, and my contribution to it, is to make it clear to players what they're buying. Right, so I know that people like to think that there's some giant campaign or crusade against woke video games. But that's not really what it is. For example, why did I not join, as a Christian, why didn't I join the whole Gooning Gate thing? Why am I not on the side of the Christians saying we don't want nudity in video games? Considering that's what most Christians' position is. No nudity, no gooning. Games shouldn't have that. Why am I not on that side? Because I do fundamentally agree with him. I don't think we should have nudity in video games. I don't think we should have sex in video games. But why did I not take their side? Because there's already warnings for that. Any game that you buy that has nudity in it will have a giant warning before you buy it telling you this game contains nudity or sexually explicit scenes. So you're already warned ahead of time. If gaming had the same warning for woke and diverse elements, I would probably stop making videos about woke and diverse games as well. Because now people have all of the information before they buy the game. The issue is diversity, equity, and inclusion doesn't come with labels. They don't come with warning labels, right? So as a YouTuber, it is my job to inform my community when games go super woke. Right? So when a game does step over the line and it becomes mega woke and these studios are focusing all in on DEI, I don't expect most gamers to have the time to go to websites and check this out. I do have the time. So I can do it. I can make a video and say, guys, watch out for this studio. Look at all this woke stuff on their website. Look at all the stuff that they're signing up to. Look at all the stuff that they're busy with. be careful. These guys are probably going to make a woke video game. And then when we see new stuff, I can highlight the stuff that is woke in the game. And I hope that my community sees that as a valuable service. Something that means they can watch the video and from that can decide whether they're willing to take that level of woke and play the game or whether they're just going to ignore it. So it's not some giant campaign, right? I'm not on a crusade to kill wokeness in video games because I think the community is killing wokeness already just because they don't want to play those games. My job is just to make sure that people know what is or is not woke. That's it. That's my job. Is it woke? Is it not is it not woke? End of discussion. Johnny, how you doing, bro? Z Vengeance, how you doing? Twitter is just a crazy place, man. Twitter is just a crazy place. There's no reason to even worry about Twitter. Like, people are saying all sorts of mad shit on Twitter all the time. People say the most egregious shit on Twitter. I wouldn't take Twitter too seriously. I know Elon Musk likes to pretend like it's where the news happens, and to some extent it is. But it's also where most of the... If you want to get clicks, you have to be super outrageous. And you have to be as outrageous as humanly possible. We must point out things, but we can't call everything woke. We're smarter than that. True, doing good. Been hacking Discord all morning because the ugly UI change they made for no reason again. I don't mind the UI change. Why do you care? Most people lack critical thinking skills. The average IQ in America is in the double digits. That's garbage. Doing good. Sync parts to get machined this morning. Drinking coffee now. Jokes, banter, and rants are a must. Johnny, happy to have you here, sir. Disagree. It's just that the dumb are louder. Yeah, because the village idiots feel like finally they're not village idiots anymore. Dude, what are you talking about? What's wrong with the UI? You can still do the default UI that's literally there, default. Or you can go compact, or you can go with the other one, whatever the other one is called. What's wrong with the UI? Man, you guys, I don't understand. I can still do everything. I'm looking at my Discord right now. There's all my friends lists. There's all my messages. There's me live streaming right now. There's all the friend requests that I haven't even looked at in months. There's all my... I don't see what's wrong here. Like, everything looks like it used to look. Yeah, well, mine updated this morning. It has to be the very new one. Are you talking about the one on your phone? Is there a new one on your phone that I'm not aware of? I don't know when last I've updated the one on the phone. And I think it updates automatically. If your boxes and server icons are smaller and squarish, then that's the new one. No, mine's circles. All my boxes are circles. What's squares? What? Dude, so this is what mine... This is what mine currently looks like. What's wrong with this? Okay, show me what yours looked like before it was fixed. F1, love it when two chicks kiss. Then I used to, I no longer do, but yeah, I used to. So, Highest Darkness, if I may ask, when you say propaganda, right? So, any normal person that's playing the game, like just playing the game, not focusing, what in Baldur's Gate 3 would rise to the level of propaganda for them? Like, what would propagandize them in that game? So someone who isn't really paying attention to the politics, they're just playing a good, a good Baldur's Gate game or a good game, CRPG, they like it. What rises to the level of propaganda? I think there's some of you that use Discord too much. Okay, so Eyes Darkness, just very quickly. So the every race acting the same, I genuinely think I have not noticed that. Like, I haven't. And I would be interested to know, anyone else in chat, how many of you noticed that every race in Baldur's Gate 3 acts exactly the same? Like, there's no difference between the races. I'd like to know, because from my perspective, that's not what happens in the game. But I might be just not paying attention to it in that way, so I completely missed it. So I would like to know from everyone else. Then you talk about the fact that every party member is coming on to every 5 seconds. That was fixed, right? So you're referring to the first sort of 2 weeks of the game, where Larian Studios themselves admitted that they had a bug in the code that allowed for some of your party members, specifically Gale and what's his face, to be way too coming on. But the point of that would be, it wasn't just for male characters; it was also for female players. So whether you rolled a male or a female character, they were way too horny all of the time, right? So that needs to be mentioned. Then you talk about the fact that it has massive amounts of gay messaging. In what way, though? So on that part, I do agree with you. Right? On the part of you can have so much casual sex, you can really do sex all the time. But I also know of people, like my brothers, both of them, who played the entire game without a single sexual interaction. Because they don't want to do that. They had no sex in the game whatsoever, no romantic relations whatsoever, because the second conversations even got close to that, they just said, no thanks, and they moved on. So technically, they could just not do that, and that would have been fine. I, of course, didn't do that. I did pursue a romantic relationship with Shadowheart, because why wouldn't I? She's hot as hell, right, for a video game character. So Shadowheart was my romantic interest in the game, but for everyone else, I had no romantic interactions with them. They all made passes, but I could just say no thanks and move on. So I would still say that I'm not sure if it's messaging so much as you could choose to play it that way. Now, I do agree that I think a lot of it is unrealistic. No one in real life is that horny all the time. And that's something that Larian Studios probably linked in a little bit too much for me. They could have removed the massive aggressive sexual coming of the game, and that would probably have been better. But I'm still not entirely sure if I would say that rises to the level of propaganda. Because you can just ignore it, right? You can just not even engage in it and it won't happen for you. Hi, Darkness. So you keep going, come on, man. Like, I'm somehow lying to you. Now, it's fine if you think I'm lying to you. It's fine if you think that I'm just sort of pretending like it isn't woke because I don't want it to be woke. That's fine, but then you would need evidence of that, right? So you would need to be able to provide evidence where I know that what you're saying is true. I just happen to ignore it. Otherwise, what ended up happening here is you played the game or saw the game. I'm not sure if you played it. And you went, yep, this is what I saw. I'm not okay with this. I played the game and I didn't have that same experience. Which is fine, because most experiences are completely subjective, right? You and I are not going to have the same experiences when we play a game. But we're just not. I'm going to play some games that I'm going to go, yeah, I felt like this was weird. You're going to play that same game, and you're going to be like, no, that's just fine. I have no problem with this. So I'm just, don't accuse me of lying when I'm genuinely not lying to you. I genuinely don't mean what you say when you say they all acted the same. Because I didn't get that from the game. The Githyanki, for example, acted completely different to Shadowheart. Shadowheart had a completely different personality to any of my other party members. Gale had a completely different personality to any of my other party members. The vampire sort of elf dude, Asterion, had a completely different personality. The druid dude had a completely different personality. Will had a completely different personality. Karlach had a completely different personality. So, which races acted all the same? We're talking about Baldur's Gate 3. So, I'm trying to think now of the tiefling. I think I get what you're talking about. Because the tieflings are probably not as distinct as you would think they would be, considering they come from Hell and humans obviously don't come from Hell. So they don't quite have that same sort of... the differences aren't as pronounced as you would have expected it to be. But I would just say, in that regard, that is something that is just lore accurate at this point of D&D's world, right? So Larian Studios are just doing what is lore accurate at this point. Now, we could have a problem with that, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not sure, I'm not sure how that would be propaganda per se, right? Because I do think unless you know what kind of propaganda that is, you wouldn't even notice it, right? Which is probably the problem with propaganda. So I'm willing to offer that to you, right? I'm willing to say, okay, maybe you're right there, because the tieflings are pretty similar to humans. Although I will say they're very much not accepted by humans, right? They're very much pushed out of society for the most part because very few people trust them. No, you don't have to apologize, bro. Like, if I genuinely took offense, I would tell you, bro, you just offended me. You don't have to apologize. I appreciate the apology, by the way, but I'm just saying, don't think that I'm lying to you, because I'm really not. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Primary axiom, you can have you can easily have diverse characters without pushing an agenda. You are correct in that. But what do I do, right? I decide I want to make a game set in the Baldur's Gate or in the Wizards of the Coast universe. And Wizards of the Coast have this sort of box standard rule set, right? And their rule set is that races can't be too different. You can't have, and it's all for political reasons, obviously. But I'm sort of tied up with whatever they say because I am making their game, right? Lore is Neverwinter before it turned to shit. Neverwinter, for me, it was Baldur's Gate. But I will just say, it's fine. Different people are going to have different tolerance levels for wokeness and how they perceive wokeness. As I've said before, the taint that anti-wokeness is in is a big one, right? You have your people that's super far on the one side, and the smallest hint of anything woke, they're going to call woke and they're going to reject, and that's perfectly fine. That's their choice. You're going to have people somewhere in the middle that sort of go, I don't want too much wokeness in my game, and I don't want to see political messaging where they're just obviously pandering to one side, but I can accept some of it. And then you're going to have people even on this side that go, no, you can be as gay as you want. Just don't preach to me about being straight and how wrong that is, right? And the taint is large enough because I think all of us agree on one thing at least. And that is that we don't want political preaching and political activism in our video games. We can disagree on the kind of games that one will accept to play and the other one. It's fine, right? You don't have to play the games that other people play. I will not attack someone who refuses to play Baldur's Gate because they think it's woke. I won't have a problem with that. That's your choice. You know, you are free to make your own choices. It's your money after all. You spend it how you want. But then I would caution, I'm not saying how you did this at all. I'm just saying I would caution against attacking people who look at Baldur's Gate 3 and go, well, that doesn't quite meet the level of wokeness for me. I don't quite feel like that is woke. I sort of stop short of that. I think the difficulty is going to be to find where the middle ground is, right? Where do we all meet and what can we accept? Because we have to reach a point where we're able to say what is the acceptable amount of wokeness in a video game before we reject it. It cannot be zero, right? So it's never going to be zero. If you tell game developers no gay people, no people of color, nothing like that, your game has to be white, straight, male protagonist or else, that's going to lead to worse games. Because your games are made by gay people. I've met a number of gay developers in my time that make games, and that's good developers. They're really good developers, right? So there's nothing you can really do to get around that. I've even made Hispanic developers, Black developers, Asian developers, right? So there's developers from every stripe that make video games. And they maybe don't want to make a game, right, with a male protagonist. So what kind of female protagonist will we accept? There must be a place where we go, we're fine with this, right? And for me, that place would be Lara Croft. You want to do a female protagonist? Do Lara Croft. She was a good female protagonist. The game is really, really good. They play into her feminine strengths. They're not trying to make her an absolute girl boss, butch as shit, can screw everyone up. She has to use her wit. She has to use her femininity. And that's how she wins. Do that, you know, play into that. That's fine. I don't care. I don't care about that at all. Let me ask you, let's say a game is super, super woke, but the game has good gameplay. Do you think the average person would defend this, yes or no? Average person? I wouldn't, because I don't want super, super woke. But I will say the average person will most likely reluctantly play a super woke game, but there's a problem with your question, right? So your question assumes a game can be super, super woke, but still be good, right? So it's still a good game. The story is just super, super woke. I would argue what you're suggesting is a contradiction that cannot exist. Because for a game to become super, super woke, the devs of that game is, in other words, super, super woke. This means that they were hired based on DEI attributes rather than just based on skill, which means they're almost never going to be able to deliver a game on the level of, say, an Elden Ring, or on the level of, say, the original Dragon Age Origins, or the Baldur's Gate and those things. Because for those things, you require developers that love video games, that is in it to make games. They're not in it for political bullshit. And I've spoken to a number of developers in the gaming industry that are sick and tired of the political sort of requirements in video games because they just want to make games. I had one developer who said to me, I'm a developer, not a teacher. I don't want to teach people anything. I just want to make a game. That's it. Just let me make a game. Leave me alone with everything else, right? So on that front, I would say that if you have a game that is super, super woke, it's almost definitely not going to have good gameplay or be a good game in any way, shape, or form, because the developers don't have that skill to do that, right? That's at least from what I've seen, that seems to be true every single time. Mass Effect, and not see the difference between those and BG3. I'm saying to you, I don't see the difference as big as you do. I can sort of see what you're referring to, but it doesn't rise to the level of, oh shit, for me, right? For me, it's just like, well, the rest of the story is pretty good. I like how the story was told. Look, I have my problems with Baldur's Gate 3. Don't get me wrong, I'm by no means saying that Baldur's Gate 3 was the perfect game. One of my big problems with Baldur's Gate 3 is the fact that they chose to suspend what worked in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, which was the ability to freely travel the world. You could go back to old zones to do things, you could move forward, you could go where you wanted. So it allowed for you to feel much more like an adventurer, whereas Baldur's Gate 3 had more of a sort of herding you into a zone, herding you through the zone, and moving you into the next zone, which I wasn't super fond of. I miss what Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 did in that regard. So I have problems with that. I felt like some of the story of Baldur's Gate 3 was a little bit, shall we say, unrefined. So the bad guys in Baldur's Gate 3 are so Disney villain level, right? So if you look at Sarevok, for example, from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, or Baldur's Gate 1, you look at Sarevok. Sarevok is a refined villain. Most people didn't even know Sarevok was a villain until he revealed himself. Right, so there's a refined element to this villain. Then you look at the villains of Baldur's Gate 3 and they're just like Mad Hatters. You know, they're out of this world crazy. Right? And that sort of I miss when villains were refined, where if you didn't look closely at a villain, you wouldn't even know, right? So I kind of miss that. And some of the story was a little bit almost childish at times. But it was still good enough overall that I thought, yeah, this is a good game. I'm enjoying it. Pang Boltspot, how you doing, bro? Would you say Cyberpunk is woke? No, I would say Cyberpunk has woke elements, but I wouldn't say that it's woke. And I've played the living shit out of Cyberpunk. Again, you have choice in every single thing that you approach. And the politics of Cyberpunk fits the universe. Everything you see in Cyberpunk belongs there, because that's what the universe is all about. You know, there's a point where you're trying to help a politician get honesty back into the system, and the politician ends up getting murked, right? That's how bad that system is. So in Cyberpunk, you would expect to see a lot of debauchery, a lot of sort of decay of society, because it is telling a story about society at the brink of collapse. You know, this is what society looks like. If anything, Cyberpunk is a warning of what happens if we don't stop all this woke nonsense, right? Because that if you read the source material, Cyberpunk 2020, that's literally what the world is about, right? Is what happens if you don't slow down with this shit. Maniac with the Prime sub, really appreciate you, sir. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, sir. You're far too kind. It had all elements of something we would consider woke right now. It's who is making it, talent, agenda, writing. That is what makes or breaks a game. Primary axiom. So where I would agree, where I would disagree with you, right, is the question of what makes something. So let's take someone like Tash, right? Cash is a character that exists in a magical world with elves and magic and all the rest of it. There is no universe in which the concept of non-binary would exist in that universe. You have magic, right? You can literally just change your sex most likely if you want, right? With magic. So the character existing in that universe is out of place. It feels out of place. Like, why is this character here in this moment in time? It makes no bloody sense. But then you take, for example, in Cyberpunk 2077, where you have shit tons of trans people in the game. There's all sorts of posters with literal girls with their slongs being visible through the clothing. Why is that there? Well, what happens when you take a society that slowly and surely embraces the debauchery and sexualization of their society level by level with open arms? What happens to a society when corporations are allowed to use sex as an advertising tool? Well, congratulations, you're getting sex as an advertising tool, and everyone is sexualized, right? Everyone, male, female, trans, doesn't matter. If you exist, you're being sexualized because they're just trying to sell their product and they don't give a shit about, does it rise to the level of good for society? Who cares? We're making money over here. So it makes sense in that universe that you would see those things. So you can have a character, for example, in Cyberpunk that is non-binary, quote unquote, and it perfectly fits that world because it does tell a story of the decay of society. Whereas in Dragon Age, that character doesn't work there because the society is not decayed. The society has magic. It can literally do things like, what are you talking about, right? Why would you even have this? If you think, for example, I can't remember what I wanted to say now. Sorry, I'm focusing on chat and everything, and I completely just spaced. Maniac, no prob. I don't do much Twitch, but I enjoy your discussions while I work to PC. I've spoke with you before on the WoW related stuff, very open-minded, to each his own. Maniac, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, and thank you for hanging out with us. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. Gays being outed and rules literally being changed to give gays safe spaces. It was a gradual thing, 2000s, when you said, I don't care if you're LGB. They would be happy and say thank you. Now when you say you don't care, they call you a transphobe and scream at you for not caring. Yeah, as a mage, that'll swap your gender for a price. You can do anything with magic. Dominus, that's exactly it, right? So in a game like Dragon Age, the Veilguard, having a character that is confused about what their sexuality is makes no sense. It's clearly just there for political reasons. You don't have to have that character there. And that is usually what I say, for me, makes a game woke. It's not the elements that you have in the game, because those are going to exist. It's what was the purpose and reason for putting this in the game? Was it to add to the story? Was it to add to the world? Or was it simply to tick a box? Because if it was simply to tick a box, that's woke, right? That's literally what woke means. Sucker punch, and that's how they infiltrate gradually. Oh, yes, and don't get me wrong, I think a lot of developers in the gaming space right now are not even sure what happened. I think there's a lot of developers right now in the gaming space that they're very confused about how stuff happened, what stuff happened. And I think what's super important is that people understand where most game developers get their information from. Remember, game developers, or a lot of game developers, are simply making their games based on what, at least in the modern age, right? So it used to be that game developers would make games that they want to play. That's no longer how game development works. Game development now works as follows. You're working for a big studio. The bosses of the studio decide on a new game. That new game is usually driven by market research. So the marketing department figured out this is the next big game that sells, so you're now going to make that game. Congratulations. You've never made a shooter, doesn't matter, figure it out, right? We want the bag. So that's it. Now, as to gay stuff, trans stuff, non-binary stuff, whatever it is, a lot of this stuff comes from the PR department themselves because they're the ones doing the market research. So they're the ones who come to the developers and say, hey, so gamers really want choice. They want to feel represented. And as a result of this, we need to make a game that is representative of the fullness of our community. So put gay stuff in there. I would say 80% of your developers aren't doing it necessarily even because they care. They're not doing it. They're doing it because marketing told them this is what players want. So the real departments we want to go after are the marketing departments. Those are the departments where a lot of this wokeness is born. Because they're the ones who are supposed to tell the developers what gamers want. Because the developer doesn't have time. They can't go do research to try and figure out who the hell is saying what online. They're working. They're making games. So it's the marketing department that's the super problem in the gaming industry. I did see that. The only thing I don't like about the Dreamhaven game that they announced is the fact that it's PvP. Maniac, I'm not fond of the fact that it's PvP. I think it would have been better if it was a PvE game. I don't know how long the matches will be, but based on everything that you can do, the matches can't be too short. If you think about that game, you know what game they just made. The game from Mike Morheim and his team is not a new game. It exists. They literally just moved it into space. My brother plays it a lot. It's a shooter game set in sort of like the 1800s. Kind of like a scary game where you go into this map. There's teams that's fighting each other and you have to escape with the artifact. Some artifact that you have to escape with. That's literally the game they made just in space. Hunt Showdown. That's the one, Eatbox. Yeah, my brother plays Hunt Showdown all the time. It's one of his favorite FPS games. Wildgate is just Hunt Showdown in space. That's what it is. It's Hunt Showdown in space. Because it's the same concept. You go into this map, you mine a bunch of stuff, get some upgrades, and the upgrades is new. So you upgrade your ship, you get some resources for your ship, and then you get the artifact, and you have to escape with the artifact while everyone hunts you down. Are they going to run into the same problem that Hunt Showdown ran into? Insofar as most people who play first-person shooter games want something simple. Most people who play PvP games want something simple. Give me a map so that I can beat the shit out of people. That's it. That's sort of the requirement for PvP games. Now you have a PvP game that is a lot more complex, right? I have a map where I can beat the shit out of people, but most of my time on this map, I'm not beating the shit out of people. I'm just mining stuff and collecting stuff, upgrading stuff so that I can beat the shit out of people. That might be a significant problem for that game because I feel like it's got all the beautiful elements of what PvE players would want set in a PvP game, which might be holding it back slightly. Do you think KCD2 is woke? How the creator retconned the main character and there is gay sex with under 18 boys. So the under 18 boys is a thing that I need to speak on. I made a video on this, Heis. But if you look in the actual, so what people did was they looked in the game files, right? Not the game files. There's like a library in the game that gives you the actual historical characters. The game itself is only based on those characters. They've made it clear, even in the first one, that the character that you're able to have sex with isn't under 18. They scaled Hans and Henry up, so they're older. And also, if you even look at when Hans would have lived, Hans, they don't really know when he was born. They only really know when he died. So there's a lot of sort of weird stuff around that. So from that perspective, I think that was wildly overblown. I think the bigger thing that should have been focused on is the fact that the choice was clearly made purely for politics, right? They didn't make the choice because it added to the game or made the game better. They added the choice for politics. And on that, I think the game loses a lot of what I would call authenticity. You were a game that stood against the tide of wokeness and said, screw you. I don't care. This is what we're making, and this is the end of it. And then with number 2, you suddenly bent the knee and you started doing other things. Do I think that rises the game to the level of it is a woke video game? I don't know if I can say that, considering the fact that it is, out of a 100+ game, it's one interaction. Yeah, so that's a difficult one because it's also an interaction that you literally have to go look to do. Otherwise, you won't even get that interaction. Insofar as the mainstream media had to make guides in order to get people to have the gay sex, right? Because it's not obvious how you get there. So I would say that was sort of, I don't know if that would rise to the level of woke, but that the game definitely has political pandering in it. Yes, definitely. The game has more political pandering in it than what 1 had. And this is why I didn't buy the game. This is why I will not play the game. I bought the first one just to support them. I will not buy the second one to support them because I don't think they deserve to be supported. I don't know about any of that. If that is the case, then again, it's one of those things that if Hans is under 18, that is a problem, right? That is disgusting. And that would be a giant problem. As far as I know, the developers claim that Hans isn't under the age of 18. They claim that they even make it clear in the second one that he isn't under the age of 18, at least according to them. I haven't played the game and I will not play the game. Right?
Epic and private.
Exactly. I mean, while I will not label the game as woke, and I will not call people out for liking the game, because I think if you like that kind of game, you'll definitely like it. It's a good game. The game has definitely become political enough for me to say I cannot support Vavra. Because it seems like he has bent the knee to politics, rather than standing strong and saying, screw it. I think I lost respect for Vavra purely because, first and foremost, he claimed that our attacks on him was even worse than the attacks that the media launched on him during Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, which to me was disgusting, because our attacks was a couple of tweets the attacks in the first one was relentlessly months of articles about how racist they are, how racist and sexist the game is. They were dragging his game for months. And he turned around and pretended like our tweets was worse than what happened during the first Gamergate and Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Wife, and how you doing? So that pissed me off a little. And then the fact that they tried to gaslight players, that was where I really lost all of my respect for Vavra. Just admit it. Like, I tell you this. If Vavra just came out, that's all Vavra had to do. When this whole thing blew up, right? And people started asking questions about homosexuality in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2. If Vavra came out and said, okay, boys, here's the thing. In the first one, we decided to make Henry an established character that you just play with. We kind of had some thoughts moving from 1 to 2. We wanted more freedom for the player to experience the game. And so we've decided to make Henry an extension of yourself. So Henry no longer has his own personality, but really Henry's personality will be defined by your personality. And as such, we've decided to remove the straight label from Henry and instead make him player sexual, so you can do whatever you want. If Vavra treated his gamers as adults, I would have still respected the shit out of him. Because sure, you made a bunch of changes, but you were an adult about those changes. You treated your players as adults. That's all I can ask for. But instead, he did this weird sort of gaslighting the players, and then pretending like the players didn't know what they were talking about, and then pretending like it wasn't even real, and then lying about the whole thing, dragging a bunch of YouTubers, and then finally admitted, oh yes, it is real. Right? So that to me was too much. Just wondering that the Caprios teachings. Then I wouldn't say people are too sensitive, because I do think there's just a level of conversation, right? And it's important that we have these conversations. I think most people are interested in knowing where the line needs to be. And I think that's important that we do discuss those. Unrelated, did you play the new card minigame, the Demon Hand, in LOL client? No? There's a new game called the Demon Hand in LOL client? Is it a card game? I hate card games. I can't believe they won't bring back. You see, it's Blatter. I don't care about that. They need to bring back the arena shooter game that they had. I'm talking about the one where you're controlling different characters from League and you keep clearing the map until you kill the bosses. That's the one they have to bring back. That game was phenomenal. Can't remember what it's called now. But I played the living shit out of that. Swarm. That's the one. They need to bring back LOL Swarm. I want that game for all eternity. That needs to be a permanent game mode in League of Legends right now, because I played the crap out of LOL Swarm, man. It cost him the money, but it only cost him the money because no one knew the game had existed. Then I do think that, at least in my channel, I have found that most people are willing to listen, willing to agree to disagree, willing to just move on if no consensus can be reached. So that's at least in my channel. I think outside of this channel, you are going to get people who just will not listen to anything. I try to foster a community of people that like to think critically and are okay with having debates, about stuff. So for me, I care about what happens in this community. And I think we're at a place where we can have these conversations. They might get heated. They might get difficult. But they always lead to at least people going, well, it's fine. You don't agree, but I think it's this way. Yeah, I like the conversation. Hack, do you have... wait. Have you played the game Satisfactory? Don't know why, but I think you would like that game. The problem with Satisfactory is the same reason I can't play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. 1. I don't know about 2. but I can't play 1. That's why I only bought the game to support them. Because in about 4 hours of that game, I realized this will never work for me. Headaches. I don't know why Satisfactory does it. I don't know why so many first-person games do it. But I get headaches from those games. I get motion sickness because for some reason they insist on adding head bobbing. So your head is moving and constantly moving. Even if you stand still, there's like a small little sway. And that shit gives me mega headaches. Like, to the point where I genuinely cannot play those games. Even though I want to, because Satisfactory would be literally my type of game. But I can't. Like, within 20 minutes of playing Satisfactory, I immediately felt like, oh man, here we go. And I just locked out because I knew if I keep going, my whole day's ruined. It'll take me hours of just lying down, eyes closed, trying to rebalance myself. Whoa, Stan, that's wild. Complain about that? It's a problem in most. Only 4 hours, and I decided after 4.5 hours, yeah, this is bullshit. Like, the second I started opening the map a little bit more and I saw the little camps all over, I was like, well, I've played this. This was Far Cry, this was Odyssey. This is just Far Cry and Odyssey with new graphics. Like, shit. So I just stopped playing there. I was like, no thanks. I'm good now. I had to keep playing because me and chat were having a ton of fun clowning on the game for a bit. So we couldn't, we couldn't stop playing because we were actually having fun making fun of the game. It has to do with the vibrancy of the colors too. The problem is most people insist on making first-person games, but they design the game not with PC players in mind. Yeah. Asia Shadows is woke 100%. They designed the game not with PC players in mind. Even though I would say that's the stupidest thing you could do. Because what they do is they make the first person game, but they don't keep in mind that as PC players, how far do you sit from your monitor on average? I would say I sit about an arm's length in front of me. Like, I'm touching my monitor. I'm not touching it because I don't want smudge marks on it. But I could touch my monitor at this, just with my arm in front of me. Most of the time, though, I'm sitting like this, which is much closer. I can touch the screen literally, so I'm sitting a lot closer. The problem is because I only have a 32-inch screen, and I'm sitting this close to my monitor. Unless you give me field of view of at least 90, 107 is better. What's going to end up happening is the movement is way more pronounced than what it needs to be. So everything that moves, as trees are moving past or grass is moving past, every movement is a lot more in your face. And then, to make matters worse, they want to go for realism. And it's like, okay, let's do realism. What happens when you run in normal life? Oh, your head goes side to side. Oh, that's brilliant. What else happens? Well, there's tiny little movements and stuff that happen. Well, we have to put that in. That's the realistic thing, right? Well, here's the problem, numbnuts. While I'm playing your game, I'm not physically running with the character. So my body and my brain are experiencing two different things here. My brain is thinking we're standing still, right? Because we are standing still. But my eyes are saying we're moving at a fucking pace here, bro. Like, we see a shit ton of movement. And my brain is going, shit, what's wrong? Right? We're moving at a pace, and yet we're not really moving at a pace. And then you get motion sickness because the game developers wanted to be realistic with their video game. It's like, bro, get the head bobbing out of the bloody video game. It's not required. You don't need the head movement. I'm sure players will make it up for themselves. We don't need that level of realism. Because if we are going to have that level of realism, why don't you just sell PCs with, like, boxing gloves on the side? When you're playing a game and you get punched, you have a boxing glove punching you with full force on the side of your head. We want to be realistic, right? You need to feel the pain. while you're playing the video game. This is unnecessary. It's a level of immersion that is not required for PCs to be immersive. And that's the problem with first-person games in general. Maniac, I believe that too. I believe one of the problems we have in video gaming is there's too many games that are trying to be too realistic when you could just make a good game. I think there's a level of, there's a fine line between a game being not realistic enough and so it loses the player. Now this depends on game to game, right? I'm talking about games that are trying to be somewhat realistic. So Cyberpunk, for example, that is trying to be in some cases very realistic. There's a fine line between now you're just being silly and now you're being way too realistic. If you think about it, places where we absolutely suspend reality, because why wouldn't we? Inventory space. In almost all games, we don't do inventory space realistically. Why? Because that would be bloody stupid. Imagine playing a game with realistic inventory space. You can carry your wallet and your phone and then you're done. Maybe something in each hand. You're done. You can carry no more. Sorry, bro. You need to get a backpack. You get your backpack, you can carry like 5 or 6 items and now you're done. Your bag is full, right? So we can't be super realistic with inventory space. We need to give people a bigger inventory than what you actually require or what you actually have, right? So we already sort of suspend reality when it comes to inventory space. I think we should suspend reality when it comes to movement as well, to some extent. You don't need all the slight little movements that humans do when they run or when they stand still. You don't have to have that. That's too much realism. Even in fighting, you get games that go way too deep into realism in fighting, and you're just like, bro, this wasn't required. This level of immersion, it doesn't, for the amount of enjoyment it steals from the game, the realism wasn't that big of an increase. Michael, I've looked inside Satisfactory. If hate bobbing can be turned off, I haven't found it. I have not found the setting for it. I mean, it's kind of bad out here. Then I've heard some stuff about Rockstar. Now that you're saying it, I've heard from some people in the industry about Rockstar. Actually, from a developer who isn't working for Rockstar, but also like you in a Discord with Rockstar developers, where Rockstar developers told this guy, this game is going to be very woke. Now, I didn't make a video on it because I couldn't confirm that this is actually a developer. But from what these developers at Rockstar was saying, players have no idea. Like, this game is gonna be next level. The amount of stuff that they had to remove or change from previous games in order to get past the censors, it's gonna be noticeable. So we'll see. Which is sad, because I was actually looking forward to GTA 6. Primary Axiom, no, they're not. And I'll tell you why they're not. No matter how woke, this is what bothers me about GTA 6. GTA 6 is going to, and this is one of the reasons why I will make my videos saying that it's going to be woke, warning players, and I guarantee you it will not work. No matter, GTA 6 could literally have the main character be non-binary, trans, preaching to the hilt about all of the woke politics. The whole game could be people talking to you about how racist you are if you're white, right? It will still be a giant success. It will still be a massive success. You want to know why? 90% of the people who play GTA are not playing for the story. They're not playing for the campaign. They want online. And no matter how woke the game is outside of online, online is their rules. So online, they can play however the hell they want, right? So that game is going to be successful no matter what you do, right? It is going to be successful because it's online, right? So they'll just reject the story and they'll just go straight into the online version of the game. Where it will probably ruin it is if they try to censor the online. So if they try to impose penalties for, not using people's pronouns, or that will ruin the online. That will make people go back to online 5. But yeah, I think we need to accept one thing. You will not ever kill GTA. The online is too strong, bro. Did you play GTA Online enough to get a sense to the monetization? I didn't play a lot of GTA Online. I wasn't a fan of GTA Online. I prefer the story, but that's me. I'm always for the story. As soon as I finish the story, I stop playing. Because I don't play games for gameplay. I play games for the story. But I did try out online, and I did look at the cash shop for the online game. And I know that Rockstar are a bunch of greedy bastards. But again, they can charge whatever they want for whatever they want because, Rockstar is so obvious about their greed. They literally call it shark cards. I think that's the thing I respect about Rockstar, is they're greedy as shit, but they're unapologetic about it. It's not like they're trying to hide their greed. Like a lot of companies will try to hide their scumbagness. Rockstar is more like, well, we're greedy. We're going to call it shark cards. Let's go. We're a bunch of sharks and we're willing to bleed you dry. Let's do this. I kind of have a level of respect for that kind of honesty. There's a part of me that goes, you know what? Well played, sir. Well played. But you're honest. You're embracing it. I can't hate this. I got everything online. Never used Cash Shop. Now I just do dailies and dip out. Someone's gone, Echo. Great story and visual novel. I got it for the sexiness, but the story is absolutely amazing. I was so damn shocked. Someone's gone. Great story. I'll check it out at new place with 4 to 5 jobs to do the big job that gives enough in-game cash to maybe give you 10% of what is needed to buy one of the new items, probably 15. Shit. Okay. Man. Hassan is such a clown. I want to go pee quickly. I'll be right back. I'm going to leave you guys with Hassan here. You're going to be Nick Pollum when he went to go visit Hassan and Hassan was showing him terrorist propaganda videos. I'm going to show you Hassan propaganda videos. Not videos, but tweets while I quickly go pee. All right? So you guys get to enjoy that while I go pee and don't have to look at that. All right, I'll be right back. I have arrived. All right, back, boys. I'm pretty good. How's Shadows, everyone? Luna, how you doing? No, Shadows is shit. Shadows is bad. Playing Red Dead Online, and it's really bad. I don't understand how people spend money on this. Red Dead Online isn't good, but that's only because Rockstar has never really spent a lot of time trying to make it good. But Red Dead Online could actually, in my opinion, have been better than GTA Online, just because Red Dead is a phenomenal game. Oh yeah, of course, I always wash my hands. I'm not Asmongold. I don't like living in my own filth. So I wash my hands because I'm not suggesting that my penis is dirty, but it is a penis, and therefore hands need to be washed after you use the penis. Typical chicken host in Dark Souls. Dude, what's funny about Hassan's bullshit is that he challenged Elon Musk to a duel in Elden Ring, which is just, by the way, the most beta shit I've ever seen in my entire life. But then, to make matters significantly worse, he blocked Elon. So even if Elon wanted to respond, how? You can't respond to people that have you blocked. But you can't reply to their tweets in any way, shape, or form. So he's basically standing on the other side of a locked security gate, screaming like a little chihuahua, "Fight me, bitch!" Right? But the gate's locked. I can't fight you. Like, you have to come out from behind the gate before I can fight you. Which is annoying. Not how Hassan wouldn't get on Twitter Spaces, but begs Elon to go on his stream. Yeah, man, Hassan is a joke. He truly is a joke. Well, he genuinely wants to be more... he wants to be back on top. He hates the fact that Asmongold has taken the top spot, right? That annoys Hassan. So yeah, I mean, Elon would bring in a lot of viewers. Like, a lot of people would love to listen to him talk to Elon. The problem with Hassan is, I don't think Hassan... The reason Hassan doesn't do debates, for example, against anyone that can debate is because he'd get his ass handed to him. If Hassan tried to debate people who can actually debate, he would be destroyed. I was a partner at Take-Two's marketing team, and all they talk about is how much they can make microtransactions less obvious. So Luna, is that how you and Zen met? Both work in the gaming industry and have just all these stories about how shit the gaming industry is. Oh man, in your face is not something they like? No, of course not. Of course not. Because in your face is harder to market. Whereas if you can get people sneakily into it, there was that talk at... Well, it wasn't at the GDC. Was that mobile guy? The guy that basically revolutionized monetization in mobile video games? That spoke about how you... that spoke about how you do these things. That spoke about how to monetize a game effectively in such a way that you can get the most amount of money out of players. It's actually how I met my fiance. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? What he represents is so destructive, especially supporting the Islamic regime. Primary axiom, you have to talk about it because you have to upset family. How are you doing, sir? You have to hope that people see the truth, right? And that people realize what the truth actually is. So you have to talk about it. And I get the sense is just leave it. Don't even pay attention to him. But you will not be able to change all of a son's followers' minds. Some of them are way too far gone. But the hope is that you can change some minds. Because some minds is still better than no minds being changed. So the hope is that when I make a video about him, I try to be as honest and direct as possible about the bullshit he talks and the stuff that he does. And I hope that people see it. I think Luna is a bit behind on the stream. This is the other thing I sometimes hate about YouTube, but also love about YouTube. YouTube streams have the ability for you to pause, and then you can, you know, just keep watching once you're back. Obviously, you can't do that on Twitch, but this sort of ability to look at the stream whenever you want also means that some people will join the stream at the moment, like they're joining, but it starts back. You don't actually start at the moment that you're joining when it's live. That can sometimes be super weird. What is this? Liberals send their strongest warriors to fight the uphill battle. I love this JP guy, man.
I'm against Nazis. You're the one that's...
Seems like you're for them. Your sign literally has the word...
I'm against Nazis. You're the one that's for them.
Well, it seems like you're for them. Your sign literally has the word Nazi on it. It's not even crossed out. It looks like you're kind of a fan.
I never really thought about that, but you driving a Tesla is directly supporting fascism. Hey, everyone! This guy's supporting a fascist Nazi dictator, Elon!
You think a guy that's trying to take power away from the government is a fascist dictator?
Yeah!
Bro, have you thought about that?
And everywhere you drive, you are spreading the Naziest version of fascism. Sell your Tesla!
So, let me get this straight. Your protests includes trespassing on my property, intimidating me with demands for what you want, and if I don't meet those demands, there will be consequences?
Yes, exactly, to stop fascism. That's why you have to sell it.
So then once I sell the Tesla, I should join you and start protesting against the person who now owns the Tesla. Is that correct?
That would be good.
Is the dye poisoning you?
That would be good.
Like, is your blue-haired brain even working?
Look into my eyes! Of course my brain is working!
Wait, is that a wig?
No.
Dude, you're wearing a wig. That's so...
Emberberry, how you doing? Oh, man. This is Water Fan. How you doing? This is funny as shit. I like JP. Yeah, the left doesn't send their best, man. The left does not send their best. Went for chips and came back to this. Then welcome back, sir. Welcome back, good sir. By the way, I drew you a switch. Like, wait, did you what? Well, I have nothing to complain about, Emberberry. Life's good. Life's good. I'm sitting here. It's what, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm watching funny videos and clowning on the left. What's to hate? My life's brilliant. Now, all you guys need to do is hope that my application into the US is successful. That's like the final thing. Like, if that's successful, my life will truly be complete. Just this romance skit format is cringe to me, but it's fine if you like it. I find it funny because it is just sort of clowning, right? It's not trying to be too deep, but it is trying to, I think, sort of borrow from the SNL kind of skit. So, generally speaking, I'm not a huge fan of slapstick. I find slapstick a little... This is one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of American comedy shows, because they tend to be a little bit too slapstick for me. But I appreciate the slapstick when it's lighthearted, when it's not really trying to do, like, it's not really trying to do damage, or it's just trying to make fun of things, right? And in a way, sort of hopefully make people realize how silly they're being. Where are you looking to move, sir? No, you had applied. Exciting. Zen family. Yeah, well, I'm in the process of applying. So if it goes through, hopefully it does, I'll be moving to America, which is a super exciting time, I think. I don't know where I want to move to yet. Like, obviously, my thing has always been Texas, right? Texas has always been like top of the list for me of places to live. But at the same time, I could live in a place that has snow sometimes. The issue there would be that living in a place that has snow almost definitely means I have to live in a leftist place. And I don't like leftist places. So that makes it difficult. Unless I want to live in Alaska, which might be too much snow. So that's, do you want to live in a place that has just snow? I don't know. So I'm kind of torn. The places I have for a fact said no thank you to is Florida, because I don't want to live in a swamp. But it looks way too hot for me. Like, I look at Florida and I go, wow, that looks very humid. I don't want to live in humidity. I don't like humidity. So I won't do that. The other places, obviously all of the blue states. I don't think I do places like Mississippi, because they also look too hot to me. Most of the South looks too hot to me. Texas is too hot, but hey, it's Texas. There's cowboy girls there, or cowgirls. I don't know, girls with Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots. What do you call them? Cowgirls? I don't know. But they have those there. That's a huge plus in favor of Texas, you know, and that sort of overrides the hotness of Texas, in my opinion. That's good. Cowboy boots is always a winner. And they, yeah, I think North Carolina was another one that I sort of thought about that could probably be cool. So North Carolina, or Ohio is another one on the list, because that's sort of snowy. I think there's snow in Ohio, maybe. Or Nebraska. Someone said also gets super cold. So that's sort of, at the moment, my thought process. Idaho or Montana get a good amount of snow? It doesn't snow that much in Texas. No, but as I say, Texas does have cowboy boots and Daisy Dukes. So that's a winner. I got kicked off my Besties Discord for saying I like Trump's policies on no coupons for people that can work. Call me naive. I thought what I said was the right thing. Luna, it was the right thing. It was 100% the right thing. The issue is that the left has this sort of weird mindset where, so we've spoken about this before on stream, and I know that this is not necessarily a super popular thing, but I believe that it is actually evil to take care of poor people. I don't believe the government should be taking care of poor people. I don't believe the government should be providing anything for poor people at all, unless we can change the way we take care of poor people. And my only reason for that is, by taking care of poor people, you are removing their self-worth, their ability to exist. So if I move away from my position, which I don't think you share, you probably do think poor people should be taken care of. But if I move away from my position and I just take your position, so take care of poor people, but don't pay for people that can actually take care of themselves. I would argue that that's like the most standard position to have. Why is it taxpayers' job to give money to people that don't really require the money or that don't really want to work? Why is that the job of taxpayers? Why should you and I and everyone else go to work every day to take care of someone who can work and just chooses not to? What I don't understand is why the left has a problem with that. Well, I do understand it, because most communists and socialists are communists and socialists because they simply don't want to work. They're lazy. They don't want to deal with life. And so if they can get the system that they hope they're going to get, because the problem is most communists and socialists also don't know what communism and socialism actually is. This is where I oftentimes find that a lot of South Americans agree with me because they know what actual communism and socialism is. A lot of people from the former Soviet Union often agree with me because they know what communism actually looks like. But a lot of the sort of more pampered white people in America think of communism and socialism as like the government takes care of everyone and everyone else just gets to do what they want, right? So I just want to sit around the campfire and sing Kumbaya with all of my little friends, and we braid our hair and we make little figurines together and we do LARPing all day, you know, and the government takes care of us. Not realizing that that is not what happens in socialism. In socialism, you'll be forced into a factory where you will work very long hours for no pay except for a loaf of bread and maybe a 2-liter milk if you can afford that, or gallons of milk. I don't know what you guys use in America. But fundamentally, you will not be sitting around braiding hair and singing Kumbaya. But of course, they don't know this. So when you say people who can work should not be getting money from the government, you're actively working against the dream utopia that they're hoping for, that they think will happen. Choose by county, not state, if you want to avoid blue shitholes. Balthazar, how you doing, bro? The thing is, so I don't really care about the county being blue or red, because if the state is red, no state taxes or low state taxes, which is basically the only reason I'm choosing it. Government is not allowing competitive wages, so we get taxed to pay for the poor, leaving the middle class feeling poor too. It's a sick society, but leftists say they want more to go to the poor. Yep. You seem to know exactly what's going on, Luna. If only everyone else did, right? At least my chat seems to know what's going on. The issue is that there's so many people outside of my community that seems completely clueless about what the world actually is or what happens in the world. I know a younger guy on Social Security who claimed he had back issues but worked under the table everywhere he could. But my grandfather-in-law can barely move and has to work to cover bills. I would say Emberberry on that. This is just another part of how failed the government actually is, right? And why even trying to rely on government is a really bad idea. Because government is incapable of efficiency, because government is incapable of being surgical with actual precision. The big issue for government is the people who do need the help oftentimes aren't the ones who get the help, because the system can be gamed by people who don't need the help. And that's why you want the government to be as uninvolved in the system as is humanly possible. You want to give jobs to government that only government can really do, and then you want to make it as hard as possible for government to do those jobs so that they only really can do the jobs that they can do. And you don't want to give them any other jobs because the other jobs will just simply not work. I've lived in Nebraska, North Carolina, Tennessee, and New England. If you have any questions, let me know. I will do. Neil Wonder, how are you doing? Very true, like women having babies to get more money and not trying to provide for themselves. I think I know so many people who live in the UK because I have so many friends in the UK that literally bleed the government dry because they can. Because getting onto benefits, all you really need to do is say, I can't work. And good job. you're in, you know? It's a sad state of affairs. How is Shadows going for you? Sorry, I asked you this before. Oh, Luna, I'm not playing Shadows. I played 4.5 hours, and then we got to the cash shop bit of Shadows, where you can literally buy map unlocks. We laughed about that for about 10 minutes, and then the game crashed. And I was like, well, even this game doesn't want me to play it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And so I've not been back. What I did do is I downloaded Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and I've been playing the crap out of that. That's fun. Black Flag is obviously good. I would say Black Flag is the last time Ubisoft made a good game. So yeah, I've just been replaying Black Flag, because that's at least something. Euro is currently really bad to move to, and I say that as a European. Not to be... I don't want to upset my European viewers, because I do love you guys. I'm obviously, I come from Europe, but Europe has been bad for a really long time. The only problem is you guys are only now noticing it. Right? You guys are only noticing it right now. The problem with Europe is the European mindset. The European mindset, I think... Oh, you guys are going to hate me for saying this, but please pay attention to what I'm saying. The European mindset, most Europeans still don't realize that the problem is the system. So what most Europeans are focusing on is they're thinking that if we can just change the components of the system, we'll be fine. The issue, of course, is that it's not the components that's broken, it's the system. You've placed your trust in government to the point where you have no freedom. In almost every European country, there is no freedom. No freedom of speech, no freedom of criticism even. If you say something the government doesn't like, the government can remove you. Right? And the government can silence you. Now, you gave away your powers because you didn't see the need not to. Your government was on your side. I mean, you and your government fought the same things, did the same things, were the same people. Now that you've given away those powers, and now that the government is starting to use it against you, now you're screaming that you need a new government because this government is abusing the power. But a lot of Europeans have still not realized the problem is the power you gave them. And this is what I've been warning about for 10 plus years. I've been saying this. One of the things the left does not understand is that when you give government power, you have no guarantee that you are always going to be in control of that power. Whatever power you give the government isn't revocable. The government doesn't give its power away. Once it has that power, it is their power now. And it's only good as long as your side is in control. The second your side gets out of control, guess what? That power is now used by that side against you. This is why the best modus operandi is to say, we give the government no power or as little power as possible. That way, when the enemy government gets into power, I don't care because they can't do much. Sadly, they have not learned that lesson yet. And I must say, that's one of the things I really respect about conservatives in America. Even with Trump in office, I've seen conservative voices going, I like everything Trump is doing. I don't like how he's doing it because it does feel like it's opening the door for basically democracy to be run from the president's office. Right? Because everything is currently being done through executive order. And I have seen conservatives say, this is a bit of a problem. I like what he's doing, but this opens the door for other presidents to do it. And just to say, hey, if you didn't mind Trump doing it, I can do it too, right? So there is that sort of thing where you have to be a little bit careful. What power do you afford your enemy? Because all power you give your ally is going to be to your enemy as well. True, Luna? I mean, yeah, I'm literally just using Trump as the example here because I've heard under Trump Republicans warning about this. Because there's a lot of Republicans, myself, if I was a Republican included, right? If I lived in America, if I was an American citizen, I would be a Republican. I at least share the mindset of the Republican. I would have wanted to see Trump close those loopholes. Hopefully we can see the Republicans close those loopholes before the next election. So let Trump pass all of his executive orders, and then a month before the next election, they pass something in Congress that minimizes the amount of executive orders presidents can sign. Like, what can you sign into law through an executive order and what can't you? And that's my other problem, of course, is all executive orders can literally just be revoked by the next president. So what I'm really hoping for is that since the Republicans have the Congress right now, I hope that we start seeing the Republicans push through all of Trump's executive orders through Congress and the Senate. Get these things codified into law so the next president can't just change them and remove them and revoke them. Because they're codified by law now. You have to go through Congress and the Senate in order to change them. That's what I would like to see. Oh, hi. Don't get me wrong. I fully understand why Trump has to go as fast as he is. I understand why Trump has to use the executive orders. Because Trump now understands, after his first term, if he gives the left even a moment to recover, they will find ways to block everything he wants to do. They will work in the shadows to undo everything he's trying to do. So by moving at the speed and the pace that they are, they're basically making it impossible for the Democrats to even keep up. The Democrats don't know what to fight. That's why you see them all over the place running like a bunch of headless chickens. They don't know what to fight. It's just happening so fast. Everything's coming from every angle. You have Elon Musk shutting the government down bit by bit. You have Trump passing executive order after executive order. You have the border guys doing border shit. You have RFK doing health shit. You have Tulsi Gabbard doing shit. You have Marco Rubio doing shit. So the Democrats are just sort of going, not sure what the hell's going on, but it's from every side, right? So they don't know what to stop. They don't know what to attack or where to even focus because they aren't used to this level of speed, right? Nothing has ever happened this fast in the history of American politics. So, anymore, they've stopped a lot of his executive orders and they're fighting the exportations. They won't be able to stop the executive orders for long. Trump's Supreme Court will probably, because I know a lot of people said the new sort of tactic of the left is they're going to have judges block all of Trump's executive orders, and then Trump will have to go through the Supreme Court to get that overturned. And the Supreme Court doesn't see that many cases. They don't spend as much time on this stuff. So it's going to slow everything down. The funny thing is that they don't seem to respect is that this Supreme Court is mostly Republican. I can very easily see the Supreme Court saying, right, boys, let's get stuck in and do 3 or 4 cases a day. Just undo all of those judges' work, pass the laws and make it into law. And then all of that work gets undone immediately, right? And really, all Trump needs to do, really, in the Supreme Court, is Trump just needs to get the Supreme Court to say that a federal court cannot block a presidential executive order. If the Supreme Court does that, the Democrats have lost. There is nothing left. Because that means that the only way to block a presidential executive order is through Congress, the Senate, or the Supreme Court. Which means they're all shut out of luck. Because that's just one case that needs to be heard. If that one case is heard, it's done. It's over. Clean, yeah, they can, but they'll just block it again, right? Because obviously the Democrats, because they have no level of power anywhere, right? They don't have the Senate, they don't have the Congress, they don't have the House. This was their last little goal. Their last sort of Hail Mary is to use their plants in court to try and flip it. So, that's where we are right now. I don't know if it's going to work in the fullness of time. I don't think it's going to work in the fullness of time. Act Blue funding the attacks on Tesla cars, showrooms. I did see that, Bridges, and I'm not surprised. I don't think anyone should be surprised. It should not be a surprise to anyone that the protest actions are not organic. When you look at how organized these protest actions are, it's clear that they're not organic. So the way normal protests work in countries where you don't see this massive sort of organized movement, they usually start very small, like maybe 5 or 6 people protesting. Then over the course of the next few weeks, you have more and more people starting to join in. Sometimes in a matter of days, as people start to agree with the movement, you'll see more and more people move in, and eventually it will become a major movement. The fact that you see these protests at full mass from minute one tells you that this is orchestrated. These people didn't arrive there randomly. They knew where to be, what to do, and they are most likely being paid to do it. Reminiscent, there are... You look, for example, at the original Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street was a legitimate grassroots movement. It started fairly small and then spiraled into something massive and then got corrupted. And the corrupted version is what eventually made the movement completely ineffective. Because communists saw their opportunity. This is our moment to turn America communist. And as soon as the communists moved in, Americans were like, no, we don't want this, right? And so people moved away. But it was a legitimate movement at the start, because it started pretty small with mostly students, and eventually it got super big. So it does happen from time to time, but you are correct in your assessment. It's rare. Most political movements today, most political protests today are funded by, quite frankly, the left. And I think there's a reason why the left does it. Most of their followers are out-of-work communists and socialists that need some cash. If you do this with conservatives, most conservatives are working, contributing to the economy, contributing to their societies. They don't have time for it. So if you go to a bunch of conservatives and tell them, hey, let's go protest somewhere, we'll pay you, they're probably not going to want to do it, right? So they're like, I'm busy with shit. I'll do it later. So it makes sense that the left is more on top of it. The guys who want to be dictator, they already tried to pass a law to allow him to run again. No, they didn't. this is the funniest shit ever. Your entire belief system is based on a single tweet from a bot account. A single bot account tweet, literally one post. It usually shows many, many posts if there's more posts like it. Your entire thing is this one bot account that most likely spawned like a shit ton of other people to start writing nonsense about this from one post. If this was an actual thing, you would see far more posts about it. The fact that you only see one X post about it tells you that this is most likely completely nonsense. And here you have it, right? Grok is just a collection of, it's a search engine. I use it as a search engine at least. There is no definitive evidence that Donald Trump has directly attempted to pass a law to allow him to run for president again beyond his constitutionally permitted 2 terms. The 22nd Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, ratified in 1951, explicitly states no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. This amendment was enacted after Benjamin Franklin D. Roosevelt. 4-term presidency and remains a firm legal barrier to a 3rd term for any president, including Trump. During his first and after leaving, Trump had occasionally made public statements hinting at the possibility. So literally no evidence for it. But you believe it. You believe it. Because you most likely read one of these articles that somehow claims that Trump is trying to do it, right? You have this, for example, Trump breaking federal laws, we asked legal experts. You have articles being written all the time from the left, claiming a bunch of bullshit about what Trump is or is not trying to do. And how do they write these? How do they get away with it? Because they know that you are not reading the article. You are reading the headline. And the headline says Trump is trying to run for a 3rd term. Oh shit, Trump is breaking the Constitution. I believe it. You didn't read the article. Because I can tell you right now, the article is most likely just a bunch of journalists trying to go, oh, what if Trump wants to run for 3rd election? What would possibly happen? Or playing some bullshit game of Trump is trying to run for a 3rd term because X, Y, Z. We made it up actually, but we think that we might be onto something here. House bells. One of the only things I'll ask you, right? And I realize in your response, I realize you are on the left. So you and I are politically opposed to one another. I realize that. But I'll ask you just one thing. Whenever your side says anything, literally anything, check for yourself. That's all I'm asking. Because that's how my eyes were opened to how bullshit the left actually is. You can go back. You can go watch my live streams from 2016, 2017. I used to be a centrist. I used to be a guy that went, well, you know what? I think the left has a bunch of valid ideas. I think the right has a bunch of valid ideas. But I'm in the center. I sort of go for whatever makes sense. That was me. And then I had this wild thought. Let's just make sure we actually know what people are talking about. When articles are being written, let's go check. Let's go make sure we actually know that what they're claiming is what is actually happening. And what I found literally every single time, and I still find it literally every single time, the left will make a claim. They'll write an article, right? And in the article, they'll make a bunch of accusations. They'll say Trump said this, this, and this. Then I go watch Trump's actual speech, and I go, well, he did not say this, this, and this, but you took him out of context. Because you claim he said this, but if I listen to what he said in context, that's not at all what he said. That it's completely the opposite of what he actually said in context of what is being said. So the idea that your media is actually giving you the truth, that should scare you, because they're not. Your media is giving you a reason to be angry. And they're writing their articles specifically to try and make you angry. So they don't mind if they're lying, because they're technically not lying. They're just omitting a bunch of details. Trump did say, right, that a bunch of murderers and rapists are coming across the border in relation to talking about Mexico. But what they won't say is that he wasn't calling all Mexicans rapists and murderers. He was saying, if you have open borders, you can't stop the bad people from coming in alongside the good people. Because you don't know. Your borders are open, so bad people can just walk in. What else are you supposed to do? Right? Your borders are open. So when there are murderers and rapists, there's no way to know because you're not actually checking who's coming into your country. That's what he said. That's literally what he said. But the left doesn't want you to know that. And so they make up their own bullshit stories. Okay, wait, House Boss. So your reason for saying that Trump tried to run for a third term is one random dude trying to propose the idea that Trump could run for a third term. And that's your basis for saying Trump is trying to shit on the Constitution? One dude made a proposal. The proposal didn't even stand. Not they, he. One dude. They sounds like Trump and his team tried to make a proposal. According to what you just wrote there, bro, the proposal was made by Andy Ogles. So one dude, not they would be a lie. You would be, again, doing what your media does, which is omit a number of key details. One dude tried to make an attempt at proposing, let's see if we can run a third term. And the proposal didn't even make it past the proposal phase before it was rejected by who? By everyone, because they know it's the Constitution. It's almost impossible to change. So clearly, what you're suggesting here is that we condemn Trump based on one guy trying to do a thing, but only suggesting that they might try and do the thing that everyone else then said, no, we can't do that thing. But what the hell is that? Would become possible. We could technically get Obama versus Bush. Obama was a terrible president, though. I wouldn't want that guy anywhere near the White House again. He started all of this bullshit. Okay, so let's read about the proposal that he ran with, right? So Andy Ogles is a congressman from Tennessee, and he wrote the following. So this is what the bill actually said. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than 3 times, nor be elected to any additional term after being elected to 2 consecutive terms, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of president more than twice. President Trump's decisive leadership stands in stark contrast to the chaos, suffering, and economic decline Americans have endured over the past 4 years. He has proven himself to be the only figure in modern history capable of reversing our nation's decay and restoring America to greatness. So here is a very interesting thing. He's making a proposal, right? A joint proposal in Congress to change the Constitution. FYI, that is how amendments to the Constitution are made. Every amendment that you have to your US Constitution was made in exactly this way. Perfectly legal, perfectly normal, literally not a dictatorship. There are constitutional amendments that are made all the time. They're rarer than in other countries, but they do happen. They do absolutely happen, right? Now, that's first things first. They're not trying to deny the Constitution. They're not trying to obliterate the Constitution. They're trying to amend the Constitution. What they're trying to amend the Constitution for actually doesn't sound like a bad idea to me. For a president to get done what they need to get done, 8 years is the minimum. Because economies move super slow. It's not easy to move an economy. So by the time you finally get stuff done in your country, you're usually at the end of your first term. Hopefully you get a second term so you can continue the good work. But if you've already served the term, you've lost, another guy comes in, screws up all your plans, now you get back. Now you only have 4 years to do what most people need at the minimum 8 years to do. So I don't even necessarily see that this is a big problem, right? As an suggestion. I'm not suggesting, because it does sound like they actually do put in place safeguards, even in this amendment suggestion, to say that if you've already served 2 terms consecutively, you can't run for a third. So you can't get 12 years in a row. You can get 8 years in a row, but not 12 in a row, right? And if you've already served at least 2 terms as a president, even though you weren't elected as the president, you won't be able to run for 3 terms after that, right? So it's literally just trying to say, to change the Constitution to say a president can at most run 2 consecutive terms. Not 3, but 2 consecutive terms. In the case where one president loses an election and then wins it the next time. What's the solution? Are there better candidates on the other side? I mean, no, there's not. But you guys know my political standing, right? I mean, most Americans will not... Well, actually, most people in the world don't agree with my politics on this. Because I actually don't believe in democracy at all. I don't think democracy works. I think democracy... And I don't believe in constitutional republics either. I don't think they work. I believe in what can most closely be described as, but it's not perfect in its wording, at least, but it is what you call democratic monarchism. So I believe that presidents are elected for life unless they screw up and the people demand a recount or a re-election. So as long as a president is doing their job and as long as a president is doing what the people want, there's no elections. Keep doing what you're doing, bro. We love you. The second a president stops doing what the people want, this can be after a year, after 2 years, after 4 years, after 10 years, after 20 years, doesn't matter. The second a president stops doing what the people want, the people can trigger an election and they can vote for a new president. That would be the system that I think would be the best political system in the world. Reminiscent, that's why it's called democratic monarchism. Because you are effectively electing a king, but it is still democratic. So the king's job isn't forever. The king's job is as long as they're doing the job that they were elected for. So if the king, the president in this case, said, I'm going to fix the economy, I'm going to introduce more freedom, I'm going to fix the rot within the system, I'm going to remove the corruption, these are the things I'm going to do, right? So I give you a 25-year plan. I'm going to do all of these things, and by 25 years, it's going to be the greatest country on earth. The people vote for this man, say, yep, you're the dude for the job, go, 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 right? But after 10 years, the people see this man is just as corrupt as the people he wanted to replace. He hasn't done half of the stuff that he promised us he would do. And I would even include in that stuff like, for example, Nathan, how you doing, sir? So I would say, in order for this system to work, the president has to outline at the start of every single year all of his plans for the next year. So all of the things he wants to do for the next year. And by the end of the year, the people can look back at all of the promises that the president have made and go, okay, what did you do that you promised us? And if the people start realizing, dude, this guy promises 6 things, but rarely ever delivers on even one, the people can literally go sign a petition. If the petition gets 5 million or 10 million or 15 million votes, the petition gets sent to Congress. Congress then investigates the petition. What's the investigation? Make sure that there was no what's the word? There was no organization of the petition. In other words, it wasn't some sinister NGO that paid people to sign the petition. This was a genuine petition. If Congress does the investigation and finds that the petition is genuine, the petition is ratified, sent to Senate. The Senate then says, yes, we acknowledge this. The petition is then finally sent to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court then decides whether or not the petition is constitutionally viable. In other words, the president didn't keep to his promises that he made to the people, and the president has no good reason for keeping to those promises. And then an election is called, right? So once the election is called, the president is allowed to run again, but now the people choose a new leader. And once the leader is chosen, that's the leader, right? And he stays the leader as long as he's doing his job. And the reason I believe in this system more than democracy or constitutional republics, most of the things that people vote for presidents to do are not doable in 8 years. So when presidents make promises to you and they say, I'm going to fix the economy, I'm going to make new jobs, I'm going to do all of these things, none of those things can actually be done and seen in 8 years. Economies change mega slowly. Oftentimes you make a change here, you're only going to see that change play itself out in 10 years from now. By that time, you have a new president, right? So what ended up happening in almost every country in the world, presidents get into office, they spend the first 4 years basically just trying to get reelected. Don't rock the boat too much, right? Because I need to get reelected. Then the next 4 years, they finally start to try and do the job that they wanted to do when they first got in. But by the time they're halfway through, it's already time for a new guy to come in and ruin the plans of the first guy, right? And so nothing ever actually gets done. Whereas in a constitutional or in a democratic monarchy, a president has time to say to the people of a country, listen here, I want to do the following. It is going to lead to 5 years of suffering. It's going to be hard, right? Because we have way too much corruption, way too much debt. We have to pay that back. And the only way we can pay that back is to go through hard times. But if you give me 5 years, I promise you the economy will recover and you'll make a hell of a lot more money and you'll all be richer for it. And then the people of the country can look at that president and say, okay, we'll give you 5 years. If in 5 years things don't change, screw you, we're voting you out. But you have 5 years. Show us what you can do, right? In my opinion, it creates a system where presidents can actually think long-term rather than simply have to think in these little short-term maneuverability bullshit, where they don't really make a change, but at least it sounds good. Oxford, yeah, it's not monarchy, but the closest thing you have to it is what is referred to as a democratic monarchy, right? It's not a monarchy because you're not actually voting for a king, but they call it a democratic monarchy because you are technically voting in a king, right? So you don't have democracy insofar as every 4 years we have a new election. You vote for someone and you trust that they will do the job. And as long as they do the job, they continue to hold power. Now, I want to talk to Reminiscent. You say monarchy is one step away from dictatorship as opposed to democracy. Tell me what's the difference between a democracy and a dictatorship. Mr. Oh, yeah, but that's what democracy is. It's just a vote for popularity, right? You just vote. You can't vote for policy. The system is set up in such a way that policy can physically not be voted for because you can't see the policies in action in the time that you have to vote for the president. So you can only vote for popularity. Who's popular, right? Because how would you know if they're good or not? There's no way to know. There's one difference between a dictatorship and democracy. In democracy, at least the fans of the dictator is clearly visible. In a dictatorship, it's sometimes not so easy. You don't exactly know who's fond of the dictator. But at least in a democracy, you know who voted for the dictator and you know which side is being dictated upon. When Trump is in office, he is the dictator of the left. No one in the left voted for him. Not a single person on the left voted for Donald Trump. So they're currently being ruled by a man that they did not vote for. Their lives are currently being ordered by someone that they did not vote for. Someone that, as far as they're concerned, took power away from them through force. Because voting is force. You are forcing your will onto a group of people. When Biden got into power, Biden became the dictator of the right. Everyone on the right, no one on the right voted for Biden. And yet, Biden, for 4 years, was able to tell the right what they can and cannot do. That's a dictatorship, 100%. The only difference between a democracy and a dictatorship is in democracies, it's not always 50% of the population that is oppressed. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, depending on how loved the dictator is. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a system that doesn't have a dictator. We're arguing about which dictatorial system might be slightly better than the others, but they're all down to dictatorships because all presidents enforce their will through violence. Be it perceived violence or direct violence, it's always violence. Perceived violence would be you and I know that we can't do certain things because people with guns might show up, right? And that's force. Not even a dictator of his own arms and legs. Yeah, okay. Biden might be. You guys didn't know who was dictating to you, but you know Biden was the masthead. Oh, Zen, wait, you did super chats? Not a single one showed up, bro. Wait, they have not come through? Zen, I appreciate the super chats, but as you can see, not a single one. Sometimes the system is super slow, though. Like, I don't know what's wrong with YouTube. I genuinely don't. YouTube seems to do its own thing, but I appreciate the super chats. You can just tell me what you super chatted here, and I'll answer it. But I appreciate it. Thank you. I see democracy as a balance of power rather than simply dictating to the other side. Which balance of power where? Like, whose power is balanced? Zen, thank you so much for hanging out, sir. Really appreciate you. It's always super fun to hang out with you, bro. Enjoy your job or day, whatever you're going to be doing today. Always fun to hang out with you, man. Akon on chat, I got to run. Have a great day and week. Enjoy. Oh, here we go. Boxford, $5. Wait, that just came for the relocation fund.
Boxford defendant super chatted $5 for the relocation fund. Smiley face emoji.
Really appreciate that, good sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know when that was sent, but that did just come through. So if that was sent earlier, I really appreciate that. Maybe YouTube is having a good one. I don't know. Muxar, I'm not doing a relocation fund, just to be clear. I will never ask you guys for money for any of my bullshit. If I'm going to be, I want to move to America, but if I'm going to be getting to America, I will pay for it myself. You guys don't need to pay for anything. Just be here, enjoy yourselves. I'm happy to have you here. Zen, much love to you as well, sir. Have fun. If one side overplays their hand too much, the balance shifts. The left just did this. Reminiscent, but for the remainder of the 4 years, you are in a dictatorship. So my suggestion would be no different. The only difference is I don't believe that 4 years is enough. I think you're wasting a lot of time in a democracy with elections, and I think most of those elections are completely useless. I think most of those elections don't matter. Someone else just asked here, is it wrong? Muxart, was it you that asked about, is it wrong that elections are basically just popularity contests? And as I said, Ray, how you doing, by the way, sir? There's no way for elections not to be popularity contests. Think about how would you know? How could you possibly know? Economies move slow. So when a president makes a change in the economy, the chances are you're only going to see that change in the next guy's term. Or you might not even see that change in this guy's term. So how would you even know if this president was good or not good or bad or whatever? There's no way to know. You're just sort of going with the flow, and voting for whoever you think is cool. Because who else are you supposed to vote for? So I do think elections are largely useless. I think they're largely just about whoever can say the most cool things, That's why there's the old adage with politics, they lie. That's why we as people have accepted that politicians lie. Because politicians lie. Because you vote for whoever says the most things. Do you even know if they're going to be doing the things they say? You have no idea. Because you can't know. Because you will never see the things that they do in general. Now, there are things that presidents can do to speed this up, right? But these are what you would consider to be extreme measures. So this is where presidents go extreme. Oftentimes, that's not good on your first term because too extreme could cause a bit of chaos and then you won't get reelected. Trump is in the perfect space right now where this is his second term. He was well prepared coming into this, hit the ground running, made a shit ton of changes very quickly. And he has nothing to lose because he cannot run again, right? So from Trump's perspective, it's gung-ho, balls to the wall, all hands on deck. We're making this bitch move, right? But that's not normally how presidents do it because most presidents do want to get elected another time. So you rarely see these kinds of mega moves on a president's, from a president's perspective. Reminiscent. So the thing with eggs and gas, what you also need to understand is you're not only looking at individual items, right? So we're talking about the economy as a whole. So eggs may have come down a bit, gas may have come down a bit, but these are individual movers that may be predictive of something bigger, but it might not be indicative of everything coming down, right? Because the economy can still be getting worse, even though some prices are starting to come down. You'll only see those things a year or two from now, right? Clean, yeah, I get the joke you're trying to make. It's sort of like, I always laugh. Americans will use any measurement as long as it's not the metric system. And then you have these news articles that go, this thing was 4 washing machines tall. And you're like, holy shit. But eggs is a good one, right? Eggs, in this case, I think the Americans aren't wrong for using eggs. Eggs is something that's consumed by all people across the board. So when egg prices come down, that's a good indication that the economy might be correcting itself a little bit at least. So I do understand why the Americans are using eggs in this instance at least. Oh, reminiscent. I think Trump will have to do that. I hope Trump will do a lot more of that. Because I do think one of the most dangerous things that Trump can do is to employ tariffs and not keep a watchful eye on local manufacturers. Because the first thing greedy local manufacturers do when tariffs are applied is ding, 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 we can charge 25% more. Even though we do produce everything in America, why not, right? We can just hike our prices too. So you kind of need to be a watchdog when you're going to do tariffs, because you need to keep an eye on those greedy guys that see this as the perfect opportunity to hike their prices as well. I don't know why the bird prices were or wasn't. I have no idea. I don't eat eggs. So if eggs were $1 million, it would literally not affect me. Large boulder, the size of a small boulder, is completely blocking eastbound lane highway. 145 millimeter 78 or 145 mm 78 Silver Peak Road. Please use caution and watch for emergency vehicles in the area. Wait, large boulder, the size of a small boulder. The hell kind of measurement is that? Wait, what? Did they just... Is this... I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, even if you don't want to use the metric, surely there's other ways of saying this. Even in freedom, you can say this other ways, right? Even if you are just going to use your freedom language, you don't have to say a large boulder the size of a small boulder, right? By any metric, that's a large boulder. Yeah, I'm actually a little perplexed at the picture, because I feel like no matter how you slice it, that's not the size of a small boulder. That's a very big boulder. Because if it was a small boulder, I expect it to be at least 10 times smaller than that one. That to me would be a large boulder the size of a large boulder. Americans with anything but the matrix system? 242 digs. Yeah, the Americans are really opposed to using the matrix system, which I don't understand. The matrix system is so easy. Maybe that is what he meant. So he actually meant rock, because this is technically a large rock. So a boulder would be huge, right? Because you get sort of pebble, then you get rock, then you get huge rock, then you get boulder, and then you get hill and mountain, right? So he's probably trying to say a large rock. But then it might be that they just sort of didn't think, because what they should have, but that also doesn't work. Maybe they wanted to say large rock the size of a small boulder, because that sentence does work. It's still confusing, but it does work better than whatever the hell they wrote here. What did the comments say? Don't take these things for granite. Large patrol car. Large patrol car the size of a small patrol car is completely blocking eastbound. Oh man. Would you say it's a... Man, I'm having way too much fun with these comments, man. Would you say it's a medium boulder? Muy thick? Yep. Dude, I love the clouding comments. This is too good. Oh, so is it large or small? Imagine if when this account gets a new person running it, and suddenly on January 27, they randomly get 5K plus notifications out of nowhere. We've seen smaller, bigger ones. Oh, why? Is the NYPD trolling them as well? Oh, shit. The NYPD is on this as well. We've seen smaller, bigger ones. Oh. This logical tweet, which is completely illogical, is absolutely hilarious. Thank you. When you take your glasses off halfway through a tweet. It's Tron's Boulder. I'll see myself out. Big trouble, little Boulder. This is a bad tweet in the shape of a great tweet. How has this not been deleted yet? Just say serious. Bear in mind that big rocks are braver than small rocks because they're bolder. Don't picture the hard place. Gar is stuck, but where's the hard place? Man. Oh, this is funny as shit. I had way too much fun with this. Thank you. Oh. Thank you so much for this. I needed this. I needed to laugh like this. It's been a while since I've laughed like this. Oh, bro. What a good way to end the stream. But I have to go now. I have to get ready for Bible study. It's Bible study here, but all the politics makes it hard to breathe. I like politics, right? I'm a huge fan of politics. But sometimes it is necessary to just have a good laugh, cleanse the pipes, get back into it. Most Europeans who try to discuss anything concerning the US only expose their ignorance. You are very well informed. Cheers. Balthar, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. To be fair, I'm not European now, I'm South African. But even that, most South Africans are also super incompetent when it comes to the US. The only reason I know as much as I do, and I don't claim to know as much as most Americans do, obviously. You guys grew up with it. You had this as a subject in school. I didn't, but I've always been fascinated with America. So I read your constitutional founding fathers documents, the founding documents, the founding fathers, the stuff they wrote, the stuff they said. I've watched way too many documentaries on America. I find it fascinating. I love the country. So, yeah, I know, I think a little bit more than most people, because most people don't dream of living in America since they're like 15 years old or something, right? Most people like their countries. They like where they live. So I think I'm just a little bit screwed up in that way, but I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Don't worry, Akko, South Africa might as well be in Europe to the American geography. Well, it would have been, I don't know if it would be better to be in Europe than it is to currently be in South Africa. Like, holy shit, this country is cooked, bro. But even then, I do appreciate all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming and hanging out with me, spending your afternoon, your morning, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be playing a game. We'll be playing Atomfall tomorrow because it's launching tomorrow. So I'll be back tomorrow for Atomfall. If that sucks, we'll play first Berserker Kazan because that might not suck. If that sucks, we'll just clown about stuff until whatever, right? We'll figure it out. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for spending your time with me. Be good to each other. Be kind to each other. And I will see all of you. Why do you want me to wait, Z-Vengeance? What am I waiting for? Oh, yeah. I didn't follow in Zoe. I didn't follow this game at all. But it is interesting that they've decided to remove Denuvo. Denuvo? Don't know how to pronounce it. Never know how to pronounce it. But the anti-piracy software, it's interesting that they've decided to remove it. What I'm more excited for is how in Zoe is going to challenge The Sims. It's fine English, second language, and all that. But okay, We will not be playing in Zoe or in Zooey, whatever the hell. We will not be playing this game when it comes out. I don't care what you guys say. I will not play it, right? I'm not that authentic when it comes to gaming. There are some games that I will not play, and this is one of them. But all other games are up for discussion, and we can definitely try all other games. But ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate all of you for coming out, for hanging out with me, for spending your time with me now for the second time. Be good to each other, be kind to each other. I will be back tomorrow with another stream where we'll play some video games. I'll see all of you in the next one. Peace.